a series that perfectly blends apocalypse, cultivation, systems, and rebirth. The pace is fast, the main character is overpowering but not brainless. The more you read, the more gripping it becomes. If you like a cold, calculating protagonist who grows stronger with each fight, this is definitely a story you shouldn't miss. Now, let's review and enter a world where the strong decide everything. In the year 304 by the Divine Calendar, in the northern divine domain at White Emperor City, the sky suddenly roiled. Thick black clouds billowed in from nowhere, blotting out the sun, accompanied by thunderous lightning that seemed intent on tearing the heavens apart. Amid the wind-swept upper air, a handsome young man with extraordinary, otherworldly bearing was condensing his protective aura, hovering proudly. He murmured, "Good. As long as I can stop this final heavenly thunder, this ascension trial will face no more obstacles. After today, I, Suabak, will officially step into the immortal realm and ascend to immortality." On the ground, a stunningly beautiful woman had spiritual power surging around her like rolling waves. Her hands moved deftly through hand seals as she chanted, "Tai One Mysterious Brilliance, the star of Bing Ding, the emissary of electric light, illuminate the cosmos. With a single sound travel 10,000 li General Xiao Zhang. Enact the decree, do not cease. Carry out as commanded." The heavenly thunder technique, clustered thunder controlling lightning, erupted with earth-shattering might, shaking the entire sky. At that hair-raising moment, Suabak suddenly sensed a deadly danger closing in. He hastily turned his head to look back, only to see several thunder blades flash forth at terrifying speed, piercing through his protective layers. Luckily, thanks to his lightning-fast instincts, he managed to dodge the lethal strike in time, but the aftershock still threw him violently to the ground. The woman, sword in hand, stepped forward slowly, the cold tip aimed straight at his throat. "Disciple Lin Yuanting, please accept death from your master." Suabak snorted coldly, his gaze razor-sharp. "You dare disrupt my ascension ceremony? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Or do you believe your little skills can do anything to me?" Purple lightning crackled across his arm as he readied to strike with killing intent. But unexpectedly, a figure flashed forward like lightning. Before Suabak could steady himself, a pale hand plunged through his chest, accompanied by a bewitching, seductive voice. "Sister Lin, how could you disgrace Master like this? Even if Master has countless sins, we should let him leave with dignity. That is the proper way of disciples." Suabak ground his teeth and turned to look at Bai Dudu. "Very well. I have never mistreated you in all these years. I never expected you rebellious brats would dare commit such a great betrayal. Who else is there? Come all at once." With that, he unleashed his full peak power, blasting both Bai Dudu and Lin Yuanting far away. But at that moment, a phantom of a giant coin appeared in the sky and descended to suppress him, leaving him dazed. "The precious bronze coin, Schwer, even you have come." The three women exchanged meaningful glances, but Suabak suddenly noticed a gap. Why are two people missing? Where are the eldest and the fifth? Why haven't they come? Schwer replied coldly. "Master, stop resisting in vain. Your crimes are countless and cannot be fully recorded. Coming to this end is only bringing disaster upon yourself. There is no one to blame." Suabak's face darkened. Then he suddenly clutched his chest and laughed loudly like a madman. "Ah! Very good. Just one line. Countless crimes? And you've already written charges against me that don't even exist?" He directly ignited his life source, madly forming seals. "You must have underestimated me too much. Even if I don't know what schemes you plotted today, if you want my life, then let's die together." Behind him appeared a terrifying phantom wielding a sword, radiating a gloomy aura that took one's breath away. "Soul incarnation, true body, law of heaven and image of earth. Descend to hell with me." Lin Yuanting and the other two were horrified at the apparition and cried out, "It's over. It's the Soul Dharma Phantom. Master intends to self-destruct. Stop him quickly." Another shouted, "Damn it! Where is senior brother? Didn't he say he had a way? Why has this gone so wrong? Master, stop! The three acted at once, but it was too late. A world-shaking explosion rang out. The force from his self-destructive power was so terrible it nearly tore apart a portion of the globe. But in a strange, mysterious room, Suabak stirred slightly. He opened his eyes in panic and found he was still alive. But the scene before him was nothing like the cultivation world. What kind of place is this? He heard a pitiful scream and hurried to the window to look down, seeing people fleeing in chaos. Help! Zombies! Zombies! Somebody save me? I don't want to die. Suabak gradually understood the situation. The apocalypse had broken out. Zombies roamed everywhere. So I've been reborn after all. But inwardly he still couldn't comprehend why his disciples had done that. What would they gain by killing me? He took a deep breath, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Forget it. The current plan is to train this body back to the peak realm. One day I will return to the cultivation world. Master Vi will surely treat you well. Suabak immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. With my soul ascension level, even if I must rebuild from scratch, I can progress 1,000 miles a day. Returning to the peak is only a matter of time. But a moment later his face went ashen like ash. Where has the spiritual power gone? Why can't I sense any spiritual energy at all? Is this body's aptitude so poor it can't perceive spiritual energy? He tried again, then realized the problem wasn't with him. No, that's not right. This world has no existence of spiritual energy at all. How can there be no spiritual energy? Could it be that I cannot cultivate here? Don't even mention cultivation. I'm afraid merely surviving in this world will be difficult. At that moment, in another room, a man and woman hurried in, slamming the door shut. The woman panted. Outside was terrifying. I almost died. The man roughly carried her to the bed and began to undress her. Don't worry. I'm here. What do you still fear? The girl coaxed. You're so annoying. Getting handsy in broad daylight. What if that guy is still home and sees us? That would be bad. The man sneered lecherously. Wouldn't that make it more exciting? Even if that useless bastard sees, what can he do to me? The girl saw the bite mark on his arm and asked suspiciously, Hey, what's that wound on your arm? He replied nonchalantly. Probably got bitten by some crazies on the street earlier. It's fine, not important. He hurriedly pulled the girl's pants down. She protested with her mouth, but her body responded honestly. But when nothing happened for a while, she grew suspicious. Why did you stop? Keep going. Looking closer, she saw his face was ashen, his features twisted and distorted. While she was still stunned, he suddenly let out a roar and lunged forward. She struggled violently, kicking him hard with her foot. Get away, you monster. Don't come here. Suabak heard the commotion and raised an eyebrow. Oh, there are still other people here? From the remaining memories of this body, he guessed they were the owner's girlfriend and her secret lover. He felt a flicker of sympathy. Ah, another poor soul, betrayed by the one beside them. He opened the door and stepped in. Blood spattered everywhere. The girl was being torn apart by her lover-turned-zombie. Seeing Suabak, she seemed to spot a savior and reached out, crying for help. Suabak, save me. This bastard wants to eat me. But all she received in return was Suabak's cold gaze. She screamed in desperate agony. Suabak, you mongrel, come save me. Damn you, don't think you'll live well if I die. Even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you. Suabak paid her no mind and calmly closed the door. Ha! Consider this your karma. He looked out the window, pondering. Must think of a way. If this continues, forget returning to the cultivation world. I'm likely to die here today. I have to take a gamble. Suabak returned to the room, sat cross-legged, and sent his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, hoping to find some treasure to keep him alive. But with the current cultivation of this body, high-grade treasures like the 9-fold 10,000 soul pill were impossible. Then I'll take the risk. He clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. Bet once and turn a bike into a motorcycle. A moment later, he produced a low-grade magical artifact, the 10,000 soul mirror. Suabak's face darkened and he angrily threw it aside. Are you kidding me? Giving me this low-tier demonic artifact? What's the point? If not the 9-fold 10,000 soul pill, At least give me a divine movement life armor to save my life. Suddenly, an electronic panel appeared before him. Check. Host received artifact 10,000 soul mirror. Currently sealed. System. 10,000 soul mirror. Current level, level 1. Can absorb 1 lost soul. To upgrade to level 2, kill 1 primary mutated body. Suabak wondered. The 10,000 soul mirror system? This low-grade artifact actually has spiritual energy? I remember this thing only trapped soul fragments. What else can it do? The system explained. The 10,000 soul mirror can collect lost souls and convert soul force into spiritual energy to feed the host. The higher the mirror's level, the stronger the soul absorption and the more spiritual energy returned. Hint. A creature's soul fragment will dissipate and cannot be collected if death occurred more than 5 minutes ago. Suabak grew excited. It can convert soul power into cultivation world's spiritual energy? Then even if this world lacks heaven and earth spiritual energy, the zombies swarming the streets outside certainly won't be short on material to convert into spiritual energy. Suddenly, a frantic pounding on the door cut through his thoughts. Suabak slowly opened the door with an icy gaze. The couple turned zombies lunged forward. Let me help you reach the other side. He used the 10,000 soul mirror to pierce through their bodies. But even with their chests punctured, they remained stubbornly alive. Suabak raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly annoyed. He pulled the mirror out and thrust it straight into the green-haired woman's mouth. So noisy. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon you can knead however you like? The 2 zombies still twitched and crawled back up. Suabak immediately performed the secret technique. The characters on the red silk strips of the mirror flared. The souls of the couple were drawn into the skull at the center of the mirror, converted into spiritual energy and transmitted directly into Suabak's body. He immediately felt the transformation and cried out excitedly, "Breakthrough! Current realm. Chi-Si realm." The 10,000 soul mirror could now control a soul bidirectionally. That day on the street, a group of people were risking their lives to flee. Zombies! The monsters are coming. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Run. Just reach the government's safe zone and you'll be safe. Suabak felt hungry and decided to go out to find something to eat. Ugh. This body is too weak. With my current cultivation, I still can't go long without food. I must find supplies first, then consider upgrading the 10,000 soul mirror. On a high-rise building, 3 or 4 zombies jumped down to block the road. A fat auntie, slowed by running, ground her teeth viciously. Bastards! I still have many good days ahead. I'm not dying here. She turned and shoved the girl behind her down to use her as a human shield. Suabak had no intention of intervening. But when he clearly saw the girl's face, his pupils contracted, a mix of shock and suspicion crossing his features. Lin Yuanting? Why is she here? He clicked his tongue and drew out the 10,000 soul mirror. Lin Yuanting, you rebellious brat. You may only die by my hand. He hurled the 10,000 soul mirror, knocking away the zombie charging forward, then lunged and plunged it through its chest. Lin Yuanting, witnessing this, was astonished to realize she was still alive. Did this gentleman save me? Suabak raised a cold eyebrow. Humph, not long ago you used the heavenly thunder technique to push me to the brink, and now you act weak like this. In front of your master, little demon Lin Yuanting. You truly disappoint me. Lin Yuanting blinked in confusion. What is this? What is this gentleman talking about? But how does he know my name? She stood up, dusted her thighs and said, Sir, thank you very much for saving me. But have we met before? Suabak suddenly aimed the 10,000 soul mirror at her. Lin Yuanting, don't think pretending to be crazy will let you escape a reckoning. Lin Yuanting hurriedly pushed the mirror aside. Sir, now is not the time to lose it. We don't know how many monsters are around. It's better if we leave now. Suabak wondered. What's going on? Could I have mistaken her? Isn't she the Lin Yuanting I know? He shook his head. No, impossible. She looks exactly the same. I absolutely did not see wrong. Unless she also came to this world and lost all her memories. Let me check. He was about to act, but his stomach suddenly churned loudly. Lin Yuanting laughed, unable to hold it in. Sir, if you don't mind, I know there's a large supermarket ahead. We can surely find supplies there. I was planning to head there to take refuge. Shall we go together? Suabak cleared his throat and adjusted his composure. Ahem. In that case, I'll accompany you and see. Lin Yuanting grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry. If we go early, we might grab more supplies before the rescue arrives. Suabak sighed. Forget it. Let me see whether you truly lost your mind or are just acting. But regardless of the reason, your betrayal of me is an undeniable fact. I will definitely make you pay. A short while later, they arrived at the supermarket. Sir, this is the place. Let's go in. While walking, Lin Yuanting suddenly paused and asked, I was in such a hurry earlier I forgot to ask. What is your name, sir? Suabak fell silent. You don't seem to be pretending. Have you really forgotten my name entirely? He stepped past her coldly, turned and answered, Suabak. Humph. Even if you lost your mind, don't expect me to let you off. They then continued into the supermarket. Sir Suabak, follow me. We'll hide here and wait for rescue. Lin Yuanting opened the door but suddenly froze. Before them was a tragic scene. Several living people being gnawed and torn apart by zombies. She covered her eyes in panic. What's happening? Why are there so many monsters here? There was a 50% membership discount. A mutated zombie appeared. Why didn't anyone get a card? Why didn't anyone get a card? It charged forward, claws slicing the other zombies in two. Suabak excitedly recognized the aura. This aura was definitely early refining Qi realm. This was precisely the primary mutation the system mentioned. Lin Yuanting cowered behind him in fear. Sir Suabak, this place is occupied by monsters. Let's go quickly. But Suabak calmly drew the 10,000 soul mirror. Perfect timing. My mirror needs a sacrificial offering to upgrade. You've decided it for me. He smiled coldly. Let's see what this 10,000 soul mirror can do. Two phantasmal figures leaped out from the mirror, those same couple zombies. Go! Clear the enemies in front of me. Two extremely fast zombies lunged forward. The claws slashed through the ordinary zombies. Their combat ability seemed to have greatly increased after being absorbed by the 10,000 soul mirror. The ordinary zombies were no match and were quickly and easily wiped out, but the mutated zombie suddenly charged in. Membership card 50%. Sensing the danger, Suabak ordered the two zombies to retreat. The mutated zombie wildly tore them apart. Suabak thought to himself, damn, this thing doesn't fear life or death. But my spiritual energy is limited. Prolonging this is disadvantageous. I must fight swiftly and decisively. He formed a hand seal and commanded the two zombies to charge forward. When the male zombie was pierced through the chest, Suabak took the opportunity for the female zombie to wrap tightly around the mutant. At the slight movement of his intent, the female zombie bit hard into its neck and then sprang away. The mutated zombie collapsed and died instantly. Suabak held the 10,000 soul mirror and slowly stepped forward, performing the rite to collect the mutated zombie's soul into the mirror. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for killing a low-level zombie. The 10,000 soul mirror has upgraded to level 2 and can absorb 5 souls. To advance to level 3, you must hunt a progressive level zombie. Please continue your efforts." Suabak was puzzled. Progressive level zombie. Isn't that a demon beast at the foundation establishment stage? My cultivation is only mid-Qi realm. Lin Yuanting ran over excitedly. Mr. Suabak, I thought you were just a fool. But I didn't expect you to be such a dangerous fool. Suabak thought to himself, how did my clever second disciple become so foolish? At that moment, someone hiding behind a pillar called out, "Come out! The monster is dead. We can divide the supplies." People poured out from every corner. Great! The monster is dead. We can safely wait for rescue. Yes, the supplies here are enough for us to survive for a long time. Lin Yuanting said, Mr. Suabak, we're saved this time. With so many supplies, holding out until the rescue arrives shouldn't be a problem. But an arrogant man stepped forward. Who are you? Don't you know first come, first served? This is our turf. Do you expect to take a share of the supplies? Others voiced agreement. Who do you think you are to claim the supplies? Still half asleep at midday? These supplies were hard-won from the monsters by us. Don't think you can scrounge them up. Lin Yuanting snapped angrily. Hey, Clearly Mr. Suabak killed the monster. You only picked up the loot afterward. The man cut in. He's as skinny as a pole. He killed that monster? Even jokes need some preparation. In my view, the monsters tore each other apart. A younger thug chimed in. Have some shame. Claiming credit for everything, not embarrassed? Lin Yuanting was furious enough to curse, but Suabak grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Enough. Since ancient times talent has tempted people's hearts, words alone don't win you benefits. He laughed coldly. The weak must talk about morality. The strong are the morality. He stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. Now I want the supplies. Who agrees? Who objects? The crowd shouted. We object. Let's see what you can do. You expect to take on all of us by yourself? Kid, be sensible and get out of here, or I'll cripple you. Suabak curled the corner of his mouth. Then go die. Once you're dead, these supplies will of course be mine. He immediately released the mutated zombie. The people went pale.
Monster.
That monster is still alive? On command, the zombie lunged forward. The crowd trembled. No, don't. I don't want to die. Please spare me. You take all the supplies. But moments later, several loudmouths were killed on the spot. Suabak tapped the 10,000 soul mirror. Anyone else want to stop me? Everyone fell silent, not daring to make a sound. He turned to Lin Yuanting. See? No one will disobey now. Take whatever you want. Lin Yuanting nodded firmly. Thank you, Mr. Suabak. Suabak absorbed the zombie back into the 10,000 soul mirror. Lin Yuanting quickly gathered supplies and asked suspiciously, Mr. Suabak, aren't you taking any supplies? He smiled. Aren't you enough? Consider it repayment for saving you. Bring me some supplies. Would you not agree? He thought to himself, Lin Yuanting, let's see whether you truly lost your mind or are acting. Yes. Lin Yuanting replied, That's right, wait a moment. I'll take a share for you too. She rapidly gathered supplies with no wasted motion. Suabak suspected it was truly just a coincidence of resemblance. A short while later, Lin Yuanting's backpack was packed full. Done, Mr. Suabak. What now? Stay here and wait for rescue.
No.
Suabak turned and left. I need to find a stronger zombie. You carry the supplies and follow me. All right. Lin Yuanting cheerfully shouldered her pack and trailed behind. The others whispered, Damn, that bastard dared to kill on his own. When rescue comes, I'll report him to the authorities. Yes, people like that must be punished by the law. Quickly divide the remaining supplies and run. Don't draw attention. They jostled and grabbed. Don't steal, it's mine. On what basis do you claim it's yours? But they didn't know danger was approaching. Suabak had no intention of mercy. The fewer the supplies, the fiercer their fighting became. Mine, this is mine. Put it down. I saw it first. You're mouthy. Want me to teach you a lesson? Suddenly someone froze in terror. How can this be? Why are there still monsters? They turned to run, but it was too late, and all were killed. The lucky fat ant crawled and begged for help. Someone save me? I don't want to die. But before she finished speaking, her head was crushed under the zombie's foot. The entire soul was fully absorbed by the 10,000 soul mirror.
Suabak fell silent.
If you don't eradicate the roots, the consequences are unimaginable. I can currently only control 3 spirits. If faced with more than 10 zombies at once, I can only evade temporarily. Before upgrading, act with more caution. Lin Yuanting waved her hand. Mr. Suabak, wait for me. Suabak said, I'm very busy and don't have time to dally. If you keep wasting my time, I'll leave you here. Lin Yuanting puffed out her cheeks. Humph. I absolutely believe Mr. Suabak won't abandon me.
Suabak smiled coldly.
Ha! Based on what should I believe that? You and I are strangers. What can't I do by leaving you behind? Lin Yuanting replied. But I know where the strong zombie you're looking for is. Suabak became interested. Oh? You know the whereabouts of a progressive level zombie. Lin Yuanting answered. The reason I didn't stay at school is that I once saw an unusual monster near the school's artificial lake. It gave off a very strange smell. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but it looked very dangerous. Suabak thought to himself. A large monster might be an abnormal beast? If so, it's worth investigating. She still has some value as a guide. He continued walking, and Lin Yuanting hurried to catch up. Mr. Suabak, I'm guiding. You're supposed to follow behind me. Not long after, they arrived at the school, which was infested with zombies everywhere. Lin Yuanting stealthily hid behind a tree, peeking left and right.
Suabak frowned.
She kept moving then stopping. What was she planning? Lin Yuanting signaled silence. Sure, Mr. Suabak. Be quiet. Many people here have become monsters. If we provoke them, it'll be a big problem.
Suabak snorted coldly.
It's not that troublesome. I don't have time to waste. He slammed the 10,000 soul mirror onto the ground. 3 zombies were released and immediately tore apart the zombies in front of them. Lin Yuanting exclaimed, Ah, Mr. Suabak, you're so overbearing.
Suabak thought, zombies?
What on earth happened in this world to make so many people turn into these neither human nor demon things? Suddenly a voice sounded behind them. Looks like there are still survivors here. Lin Yuanting looked back suspiciously. The voice sounded familiar. A group of students was surrounded by zombies. Don't come here. Get out now. One student, terrified, swung a hoe down. You damn monsters, go to hell. The hoe's blade struck the zombie's shoulder, but slipped from his hand. A zombie still charged forward. Careful! Another classmate shouted, shoved the zombie away, swung a stick hard against its head, and pulled the other student up. Move quickly, retreat. These monsters are not something we can handle. Lin Yuanting recognized Guoming and Li Mingxian. Why are they here? Suabak asked. Do you know them? She nodded. Yes. Classmates from the same school.
Suabak frowned.
Oh? You expect me to save them? Lin Yuanting grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Mr. Suabak, let's go. The monsters have been attracted. If we're discovered, we probably won't get away.
Suabak hesitated.
You're not going to save them? Aren't they your classmates? Lin Yuanting replied. If conditions allowed, I might help them. But I can't let you fall into danger right now. Suabak thought to himself that such a line couldn't come from a disciple betraying him. She was just an ordinary girl after all. The 3 saw Lin Yuanting and waved. Yuanting, Lin Yuanting, we can't hold on much longer here. Please get your teammates to help us. But Lin Yuanting pretended not to hear and walked away. Li Mingxian snapped angrily. Damn it! Is he trying to get us all killed? The zombies had noticed and surged forward. Lin Yuanting was terrified. They're charging toward us. She trembled and blamed herself. Mr. Suabak, I'm sorry. This is my fault. She covered her face and cried. Sob! I'm so sorry. Suabak raised an eyebrow and stepped back. He slammed the 10,000 soul mirror into the ground. The earth cracked like a spiderweb. 3 zombies appeared. I, the 9 nether demon lord, once slaughtered everywhere. Are these lowly dead things worthy to kill me? The thought stirred. The 3 zombies lunged and began slaughtering. But because their numbers were too many, they were quickly overwhelmed. The system reported 2 zombies killed, leaving only the mutated one. Suabak clicked his tongue. This won't do. With my current strength, dealing with 10 zombies is already the limit. We need to find a way to lure them away. He turned to Lin Yuanting. Has anything recently made a loud noise? I want to lure these zombies away. Lin Yuanting thought for a moment and took out her phone. Mr. Suabak, try this. Seeing a phone for the first time, Suabak looked somewhat puzzled. Lin Yuanting turned the music on. The vast sky is my love. Beneath the green mountain clouds, flowers bloom abundantly. What rhythm is the most lively? What voice the most joyful? The river winds down from the sky, flowing to the sea of countless colors. The zombies were attracted by the sound. Suabak immediately tossed the phone far away. Lin Yuanting stared blankly. My phone! The zombies swarmed toward the music. Suabak controlled the mutated zombie to snatch the phone, both drawing attention and slaughtering isolated ones. The zombies were quickly more than half destroyed. Lin Yuanting gaped. Oh, so there's a tactic like that? Suabak grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Don't just stand there dazed, move quickly. At dawn, they ran to the lecture building and picked a classroom, shutting the door tight. Lin Yuanting, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, panting. Mr. Suabak, I'm really grateful to you this time. Without you, I couldn't have run here. Suabak replied, It's nothing. You helped me find the evolved zombie. I protect you, mutual benefit. Just then, a group of people burst through the door and slammed it shut. We're saved. Luckily, those things suddenly moved away. Otherwise, we'd probably be dead today. They paid attention to Lin Yuanting. Great, you're safe too. Lin Yuanting, did you really bring supplies back? That's wonderful. This time we're truly saved. Zhang Hao hurried forward and casually opened her backpack to inspect. There's quite a bit of stuff in here, huh? Lin Yuanting immediately slapped his hand away and shouted, What are you doing? These supplies were prepared by Mr. Suabak. I have no right to distribute them on his behalf. Guoming frowned, his tone showing displeasure. Lin Yuanting, at a time like this, what's there to argue about yours and mine? Many classmates are waiting for supplies to save their lives. Give them to me. Li Mingxian hurried to intervene. All right, don't argue. This place isn't safe. Let's go back to the classroom first and deal with distribution later. Bring this guy along with us too. Strength in numbers. So Suabak and Lin Yuanting left with the three of them. Lin Yuanting said softly, embarrassed, Mr. Suabak, I'm sorry, but rest assured, I will not give your supplies to them. Suabak replied calmly, It's fine. My reputation only holds where evolving zombies are. How do you plan to make sure they'll obey you? Lin Yuanting answered confidently, Don't worry. Among the survivors are several teachers from the school. They won't dare act recklessly. A cold smile curved Suabak's lips. Oh, they won't dare act recklessly? The group, led by Li Mingxian, whispered among themselves. I can see it clearly, those bags are full of food. With this stuff we can at least hold out 1 or 2 months. Rescue will surely arrive by then. Another person nodded in agreement. I know, but Lin Yuanting might not agree. And that's Suabak. What should we do about him?
Li Mingxian snurta coldly.
They're on our turf and they still dare refuse? If they obey, we can share some with them. If not, then forget it. Before long they reached a classroom. Li Mingxian knocked and called out loudly, Open up. It's Li Mingxian. We brought supplies back. A female student inside hurriedly opened the door and exclaimed, Great. Everyone finally returned. Where are the supplies? Where are the supplies? Li Mingxian's group and Suabak entered. Many survivors were gathered there, their faces full of expectation. Suabak scanned the room, thinking, Are these the survivors? How did these people manage to stay alive until now? Judging by the outbreak timing, the zombie spread can't have been long. Guoming spoke urgently. Lin Yuanting, quickly distribute the supplies to everyone. We haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Lin Yuanting sighed, set the backpack down heavily, and then spoke each word clearly. All right, but first I must make this clear. I can only distribute half of these supplies to you. The other half belongs to Mr. Suabak. You must not touch it under any circumstances. Li Mingxian snorted coldly with contempt. He's alone. What does he need so many supplies for? At worst I'll buy them from him, what's the big deal? Don't worry, I'll pay 10 times market price for them. I think you won't have any objections to that, right? Suabak's mouth twitched into a smile, his eyes glinting coldly. I have no objections, consider yourself reasonable then. Li Mingxian, pleased, stepped forward to open the backpack, but at that very moment, he suddenly felt a chill graze his neck. Startled, he looked up and saw the sharp claws of a zombie pressed close, ready to crush his throat at any moment. The people in the room began to panic and shout. Where on earth did those monsters come from? Damn it, it must have been Li Mingxian's group who brought them in. I told you from the start we shouldn't let them in. Li Mingxian broke out in a cold sweat, stammering incoherently. No, that's not right. I looked carefully. It seems this monster was created by the person next to Lin Yuanting. Suabak bent down, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He grabbed Li Mingxian's collar and yanked him upward. You cost me 2 monsters. And now you dare try to divide my supplies? Li Mingxian trembled and begged in a cringing voice. No, I wouldn't dare. Big brother. Let's talk this through slowly. Suabak let him drop to the floor, then immediately delivered a heavy kick to his chest that sent blood spattering from Li Mingxian's mouth. Tell me, if I don't kill you, will taking your soul make up for my losses? Seeing Suabak showed no sign of mercy, Li Mingxian frantically turned to beg Zhang Hao and Guoming. Zhang Hao, Guoming, please beg for me. Didn't we all agree on this before? Zhang Hao hurriedly waved his hands, his voice trembling with fear. Mr. Suabak, this fight over supplies was entirely Li Mingxian's idea. We really knew nothing about it. Guoming chimed in, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, assign blame where it belongs. You are a magnanimous person. Please spare innocent people like us. Li Mingxian screamed in fury. I've helped you grab supplies, and now you treat me like this? You beasts planned to abandon me to curry favor with Lin Yuanting and this guy. He turned to Lin Yuanting, pleading urgently. Lin Yuanting, save me. I know I was wrong. I don't need the supplies. Please, I'll beg you to forgive me this once. Suabak glanced at Lin Yuanting, wondering which way she would choose. Lin Yuanting sighed, looking troubled. She said softly, Mr. Suabak, although Li Mingxian was clearly in the wrong, he acted out of concern for everyone. Could you spare his life this once? Let them take all of my share, but absolutely no one may touch yours. Suabak mentally assessed her. Such temperament didn't match the woman he knew. This person was probably only someone who simply resembled her. Then there's no need to keep her by your side. He lifted his foot, recalled the zombie, and said coldly, then go your way. We've fulfilled our agreement, and you found a new companion, farewell. As for the trail of that progressive stage zombie, I'll find it myself. Just as Suabak prepared to turn and leave, Lin Yuanting hurriedly grabbed his hand and pulled him back. Please wait, Mr. Suabak. I can tell you where the creature you mentioned is. Suabak frowned and asked, Oh? You've actually encountered it? Lin Yuanting shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. No. It's just that I vaguely sense a very strange reaction coming from some corner of this school. The feeling from that place makes me a little afraid. She paused a moment, then added, I don't know if that's the progressive stage zombie Mr. Suabak is looking for. Suabak raised an eyebrow, suspicion flashing in his eyes. An innate spirit body? This special constitution can sense spiritual force more powerfully than anyone else in the world. Apart from that person, no one else possesses it. Rewinding time back to when he was still in the cultivation world, Lin Yuanting had brought a rare root before Suabak. Suabak took the root, his gaze sharp as he asked, Tell me, how did you find this? Lin Yuanting clasped her hands in salute, then fell to her knees and answered, I was born with the tam-tung bow on technique. From now on I vow to be a sharp sword in your hands, senior. I will never let you down. Suabak placed a hand on Lin Yuanting's shoulder and praised, Very good. From today on, you are my second disciple. With this innate spirit body of yours, your future achievements will surely rival the master's. Lin Yuanting replied respectfully, My life was given by you, senior. I dare not dream of surpassing you. I only hope to serve by your side and share some of your burdens. Suabak sat down slowly, gently lifted Lin Yuanting's chin, his gaze extremely deep. Do you still call me senior? Lin Yuanting's face flushed faintly. She murmured shyly, Master. Back in the present, Suabak frowned, thinking that even though the true cause of her lost memories remained unclear, that didn't stop his intent to send her to her death. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He reached for Lin Yuanting and spoke bone-chillingly cold. Come here, my obedient disciple. Enter my Van Han Fien, become a servant under me, and thereafter endure endless torment to temper your soul. But at that moment, Lin Yuanting suddenly gripped his hand tightly. Suabak, please believe me. That thing is really drawing near. We must leave this place at once. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Suabak heard this and fell into thought for a moment, then suddenly covered his face and laughed aloud. Ha ha! Damn it! I almost killed her. This is an innate spirit body, an extremely rare constitution unmatched in the world. Killing her now would be too cruel, he calculated inwardly. Rather than killing her immediately, Better to turn her into a pawn to exploit until her value was exhausted. Yet, when she had no value left, he told himself, I will never mistreat my charge in the Van Han Fien. I will give her a fitting place. After a moment, a monster outside stealthily approached. This is the place. The spot where spiritual force is gathering. Little one, I'm so lucky. If I don't replenish my spiritual force in time, sooner or later I'll turn into a half-demon like them. Don't let me down. Okay? It reared back to gain momentum and made a powerful leap, smashing through the classroom wall.
Suobak slightly frowned.
Is this the powerful creature Lin Yuanting mentioned? Why is it a mutated serpent demon? No, this isn't right. There's something very unusual about it. The familiar sensation put him on high alert. The people around immediately turned and fled, scattering everywhere. Damn it! What kind of freakish monster is this again? Stop thinking. Just run. Stay here to wait for death. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open the door. Is it possessed or what? Why won't this door open? Lin Yuanting immediately pointed, her voice urgent. Suobak, the thing I saw earlier by the artificial lake is it. Its aura is identical. There's no mistake. Suobak was puzzled, thinking how could this be? It clearly carried spiritual energy. Not an ordinary mutated beast, but a yo creature from the cultivation world. So why has it appeared here? The serpent beast stared hungrily at the crowd. Although this place is desperately short on spiritual energy and full of disgusting half-demons, it's still much more enjoyable than that damned cultivation world. I can feast on these people without those damned cultivators bothering me. Wonderful. So many people were seized by it, screaming in panic. No, please, I don't want to die, save me. A woman who looked like a teacher begged Suobak. Classmate, can you help save my students? If you can keep them safe, I'll do anything for you. Suobak fell silent and frowned. Leaving aside whether I can do it, what does your life or death have to do with me? The teacher hurriedly said. I can pay you handsomely. Just protect them. Suobak waved his hand coldly in reply. Sorry, I have no interest in this. But rest assured, if you all die, I will take your souls away from here. At that moment, the serpent beast opened its mouth and swallowed the person whole. At that instant, Suobak's mutated zombie rushed forward, delivering a powerful strike to the serpent's nape, causing it to reel and collapse. The zombie leapt onto its head, swinging its claws straight at its neck to cut down. But suddenly, the serpent opened its eyes wide and spat out a long tongue that wrapped tightly around the zombie. Spiritual energy erupted from the serpent. It glanced at Suobak and sneered. I told you, my nose never lies. Indeed, there's a scent of spiritual energy here. I didn't expect cultivators to exist in a place like this. Though their strength is a bit weak, it's serviceable. As soon as it finished speaking, the zombie drove its knee up with extreme force, severing the serpent's tongue, then jumped down to stand beside Suobak. He curled his lip and smiled. Oh, so it was aiming for me? Then I'll just eliminate you. Humph. Low-grade truck co-stage beasts like this never deserved me to lift a finger before, but with my current Chi-High stage cultivation, Suobak coldly swept his gaze like a blade toward the students huddled trembling in fear in a corner. Humph! How could I forget these people? The Van Han Fien doesn't care who it chooses. Killing them all and refining their souls would be enough to push me into truck co-stage. It was no longer a passing thought. Suobak turned, his voice cold. What a pity! But I can't handle this thing right now. Pray for yourselves. But when his eyes glanced at the demonic weapon hidden in his hand, he gave a meaningful smile. If you agree to join my Van Han Fien and help me break through, then there's at least a sliver of hope left for the rest of you to survive. He looked up, his expression full of arrogance. Of course, if you refuse, that's fine. Because once I decide to leave, nobody can stop me. So, is there anyone here who wants to join? The question was posed, but the crowd sat completely silent, faces drained of color. Overwhelming fear made them only wish not to be chosen. Seeing that, Suobak curled a faint smile. Understood. Since no one is willing to offer themselves, then I will leave. He spoke and slowly turned toward the window. Lin Yuanting, unwilling to let anyone die in vain, hurried forward and called out, Suobak, Let me, before she could finish, a woman in a vest suddenly grabbed her hand. It was the teacher from before. The woman trembled, placing her hand on the pendant, trying to suppress her terror. Let me do it. Just please take my students out of here safely. Lin Yuanting, sorrowful, softly said, Ms. Li. At that hair-raising moment, Ms. Li's pendant suddenly flashed a beam of light. The light caught Suabok's eyes, causing his pupils to widen in surprise. He recognized at once that it was a spirit stone, and not an ordinary one. Suabok immediately stepped forward, took Ms. Li's hand and raised it, his voice solemn. Where did you get this? His sudden action flustered Ms. Li for a moment, but regaining her composure she turned the pendant so he could see clearly and replied, This was something my father happened to obtain many years ago. Without needing further prompting, Ms. Li quickly took off the pendant and placed it in his hand. If you're interested in it, take it. I only beg that you protect my poor students. Suabok lifted the spirit stone and examined it closely. There was no mistaking it. This was truly a treasure of the cultivation world, of uncommon quality. The spiritual power within rivaled that of a top-grade spirit stone. He frowned, thinking inwardly, why does this exist here? Could it be that Mai and Lin Yuanting's reincarnation into this world was not accidental after all? A killing intent flashed in Suabok's eyes. If so, my other traitorous disciples may very well also be present in this world. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his head. Strong reaction detected from the spirit stone. Does the host want to use it? The system further explained. Using the spirit stone to augment the Van Han Fiend will not only strengthen the host, but will also raise the level of the souls controlled by the host by 1 rank. Having read the message, Suabok was surprised. He hadn't expected the spirit stone could directly reinforce the Van Han Fiend. It seemed he would need to find many more of them. Suabok clenched the precious stone in his hand, his voice taking on a strangely steady tone. I will take it. The contract is set. Stay here and wait. Do not leave under any circumstances. But shortly after, the serpent's severed tongue had fully regenerated. It let out a violent roar. The pain was completely gone. You little... How dare you strike me from behind? Come out, fake cultivator. Watch me refine you in an instant. It lunged forward, its whole body ready for a life-or-death battle. Suabok paid no heed to the base provocation. He sat down cross-legged and ordered, Help me hold it back. Hearing the command, the mutated zombie immediately leapt and charged at the serpent. As it closed in, it swung its claws in a deadly strike, but the serpent nimbly evaded. Undeterred, the zombie continued a relentless assault aimed at the serpent's throat. This time the serpent simply lifted its head and easily avoided it. After dodging, it looked down with extreme smugness. Humph! Just a bunch of petty tricks. After finishing his words, the serpent began to counterattack, swinging its powerful arm at the zombie hovering in midair. Unable to resist, the zombie could only grit its teeth and endure. But at the same time, an immensely strong surge of energy erupted from Suabok's body. Even amid the fight, the serpent clearly felt that terrifying spiritual force. Startled and looked back. Look, his aura is visibly strengthening. Could he be breaking through? No longer able to hesitate, the serpent clenched its fist and roared, Get out of my way, you rotten vermin! The force was so devastating it shattered the ceiling to pieces. The zombie was slammed dozens of meters away. Having dealt with the zombie, the serpent turned to Suabok and sneered arrogantly. Ha ha! Let's see where you can run now. It lunged forward with its sharp claws, shouting, Go die! But when it was only a few centimeters from Suabok, it suddenly froze, its whole body trembling as if it had sensed a deadly danger closing in. A cold voice, like one rising from the netherworld, issued from Suabok's mouth. My Van Han Fiend happens to be missing a truck co-stage beast for the right. His gaze was razor-sharp, a wicked smile curving his lips. I've decided it will be you. Hearing this, the serpent was petrified on the spot, sweating profusely and stammering, What is happening? Before it could recover from its panic, a massive hand suddenly seized its neck. It was Suabok's mutated zombie. Now it had evolved straight from a basic level to an advanced tier. Not only the zombie but Suabak himself had successfully broken through from Chihai to the truck co-stage. Not wanting to waste words, Suabak coldly issued a single command, "Kill." Understanding his master's intent, the zombie acted at once. It grabbed the serpent's head and, without hesitation, drove its claws through the creature's body. Struck by the deadly blow, the serpent's eyes rolled back as it spat a mouthful of dark red blood, gagging in pain. But its nightmare did not end there. The zombie used the arm embedded deep in the serpent's body to push upward, using its own body to smash through the ceiling, creating a large hole. Not stopping, the zombie twisted its arm for momentum and hurled the serpent away like a ripped-up toy. The serpent's body slammed repeatedly into nearby walls, completely destroying them. Just when it seemed everything was truly over, the serpent still clung to a section of shattered wall, its body riddled with wounds, blood streaming down. It gritted its teeth and climbed up, its voice still full of confidence. "I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you could break through in the midst of battle like that." It bowed its head, veins bulging across its body. "But do you think I haven't made some preparations?" A mysterious green aura suddenly emanated from its body. Its eyes lit up like headlights, its mouth opening wide as it screamed, "Come here, my minions. Help me slaughter all these despicable humans." Under the serpent's command, Lai Min-hien immediately thrust both hands into the bodies of his two friends, causing them excruciating pain as they screamed in agony. His body had now transformed grotesquely. Snake-like scales shimmered and sprouted all over him. He gave a sly grin and replied, "Your subordinate obeys." The people around, witnessing this horror, panicked and screamed, "Ah! Lai Min-hien has killed someone." Even though their bodies were numb with pain, Ko Min and Truong Hao forced themselves to turn and look, eyes full of terror and confusion. "Lai Min-hien, what on earth are you?" He didn't bother to answer. He suddenly yanked his hands free from the two friends, a movement so decisive and cold it was cruel. From the pain, they could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. He stuck out his snake tongue and arrogantly sneered, "A bunch of rotten corpses. We've tolerated you for too long. When you betrayed me, you must have felt very pleased, right? Did you ever think you would be killed by my own hands?" Having said that, he fixed his predatory gaze on the crowd, making them startle in horror and back away hastily.
Lee Min-hang bước into lao lao thơ.
His laugh echoed like a madman. Rushing forward, he continuously slashed at people with his claws, reveling in the sick thrill. "Ah! This is the feeling of holding life and death over you filthy ants. It's wonderful." Ms. Lee, seeing her student turned into a demon, lost the strength in her legs and sank down to the floor. How could it come to this? Lin Yuanting ran over, panic in her voice as she asked Suabak, "What in the world happened to Lai Min-hien?" He didn't bother to reply. Suabak merely tilted his lips in a faint smile. "Interesting, who would have thought there are humans willing to serve beast fiends? Whatever, let him kill as many as he can." He looked at the corpses strewn across the floor, thinking to himself, "In the end, all of them will become puppets under my Van Han fiend anyway." At that moment, Lai Min-hien moved to attack a girl in a brown coat, but Ms. Lee suddenly rushed forward and threw out her arms to block. "Lai Min-hien, stop this at once. I won't let you keep acting so arrogantly." But like a thief halted by a shout, who would foolishly stop to be caught? Likewise, he grabbed Ms. Lee by the collar and hoisted her up. "Humph! Truly a bunch that don't know life or death. Do you want to die that badly?" He raised his clawed hand, a vicious smile on his face. "Then I'll send you off first." Ms. Lee, helpless, closed her eyes and accepted her fate. He swung to end her life. Fortunately, at that critical instant, a hand shot out and pulled her away from the Reaper's blade. It was Lin Yuanting. Her eyes were resolute and her voice decisive. "Ms. Lee, you need to calm everyone now. Don't let them panic. If we want to survive, we must rely entirely on Suabak." Suabak glanced at the two women, calculating silently. "The others can die, but this woman absolutely cannot. To find more spirit stones later, he'll need her to guide the way." With that thought, he raised the Van Han fiend high. Immediately, streams of blue electricity flashed brilliantly. Moreover, the flag slowly rose into the air. While hovering, the cloth wrapped around the weapon spun continuously as bolts of lightning struck the corpses on the ground.
He sao tét lao li. Hồn lai.
Lai Min-hien looked at the strange weapon floating above, bewildered, and blurted, "What the hell is that?" Very quickly, the Van Han fiend completed its task and returned to its master. Lai Min-hien clenched his fists in fury and roared, "You again? Just wait. I've tolerated you all day long. Now I have nothing to fear. Without that monster protecting you, let's see how you fight me." Saying that, he dashed swiftly toward Suabak. But Suabak was entirely unhurried. He merely snorted softly. A few seconds later, he summoned the zombies he had just subdued and barked, "So noisy. Kill him for me." Following the command, the zombies surged forward in a furious onslaught. Lai Min-hien, why did you have to kill me? Why? Lai Min-hien, why did you have to kill me? Why? You should come join us too. Ha ha ha. Come on over. Let's be good brothers under this Van Han fiend. The zombies clung to Lai Min-hien, leaving him unable to resist. Didn't you say we'd be brothers for life? Now's a perfect chance. Come here. Gripped by the undead by both arms and legs, he stammered in confusion. Weren't you all already killed by me? Get away. A pack of worthless hungry ghosts. I don't have time to play with you. No sooner had he finished than the zombies began to scratch and bite his body relentlessly. The agony made him scream and thrash wildly. Ah! Damn it! Damn it to death. But these zombies felt neither pain nor fear. Whenever they were thrown off, they lunged back like bloodthirsty leeches. Only then did the serpent truly take notice of the weapon in Suabak's hand. It wondered, "What's that?" After observing carefully for a moment, it vaguely recognized it as the Van Han fiend. "Do you know what that is?" The serpent looked up, full of contempt. "Just a piece of junk. You don't seriously intend to use that shabby magical weapon against me, do you? Do you really take me for clay you can shape as you please?" Suabak summoned several more zombies, his voice dripping with arrogance. "That's only because you haven't seen my banner yet." His gaze was icy cold. "My Van Han fiend is currently missing a spirit bearer like you for the rite." How timely. Lai Min-hien's body was covered in wounds. He staggered away from the zombies, shouting for help. "Help me! Boss, save me!" The serpent stood silently, observing the scene. Damn. Could I be this unlucky? It's hard to find a cultivator. And who would have thought I'd run into this troublesome demon cultivator? These trash are all weird. Maybe something possessed them. This kid even managed to break through to the truck co-stage. The serpent glanced and calculated inwardly. Not good. Fleeing now is best. Avoiding death here would save a lot of trouble. At that moment, Lai Min-hien ran over and knelt at its feet, screaming, "Boss, please save my life." Without replying, the serpent squeezed Lai Min-hien, who panicked and cried out, struggling to break free. "Boss, what do you mean?" The serpent snorted coldly. "I granted you power. Now it's time for you to repay that favor." Saying that, it hurled Lai Min-hien hard toward Suabak. Seeing his opponent flying at him, Suabak said nothing, but simply leaned aside to dodge. Moments later, Lai Min-hien smashed into a wall with a thunderous crash. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent turned to flee. This place was too dangerous, retreat. But before it could escape, Suabak's cold voice rang out. "Trying to run? Did I give you permission to run?" He raised the Van Han fiend high, and the zombies immediately gave chase. Among them was a huge mutated zombie that stood out dramatically. It approached and then leapt up with a powerful bound. Hearing the loud noise behind it, the serpent jolted and turned its head, but before it could see clearly, the mutated zombie slammed down on top of it. The impact was so violent the floor collapsed, and both fell freely downward. Shortly after, part of the building was smashed to pieces. Smoke and dust billowed, completely obscuring vision like battlefield fog. After a while, the serpent fiend was completely restrained by the mutated zombie. "Finally, I've caught you." Suabak's 4 zombies suddenly turned to stone. Their bodies went ashen and rigid like fossils. In the next second, each one lunged from a corner and latched onto the serpent fiend's limbs. Though racked with unbearable pain, It could only tilt its head back and howl in despair. Though racked with unbearable pain, it could only tilt its head back and howl in despair. The serpent fiend looked up at Suabak and snorted. Today I concede. It spat a mouthful of dark red blood and continued. But don't think this little bit is enough to hold me. Dream on. As it finished, the scales along its body began to crack open, revealing a new layer of remarkably smooth skin. Instantly, the serpent fiend reverted to its original limbless form. It slithered away like lightning and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! You fools! Didn't expect that, did you? It's not only the golden cicada that can shed its body. I can do it too. Lai Minhien, his body riddled with wounds, still reached out and shouted, Boss, wait for me. Let me come with you. But before he could take a few steps, he completely collapsed from exhaustion, gasping for breath. Suddenly, hands seized him tightly right before his eyes. Looking up, he saw his former classmates, their eyes blazing with fury. They ground their teeth and spat each word. Lai Minhien. The net of heaven is wide but hard to slip through. Heaven cyclically balances all things. No one escapes fate. You've heartlessly killed so many of our friends. Don't think this will be easily forgiven. A man in gray pointed and urged everyone. Everyone, get him. Teach him a lesson. Seeing the crowd advance, Lai Minhien panicked and slumped to the ground, trembling as he stammered, Don't come near. Do you think I won't kill you all? Forgive him? Like that's going to happen. A man slammed a wooden chair down on him. Then a barrage of punches and kicks rained down, accompanied by furious curses. Beast, die and be done with it. Beaten mercilessly, Lai Minhien could only scream and beg pitifully. Ah, spare me. I know I'm wrong. Please, have mercy on me. Lin Yuanting asked in concern. Suabak, are we really going to let that monster get away? Are you sure that's okay? Suabak replied coldly. Get away? You're overestimating it. A petty serpent fiend like that dares to dream of escaping my consciousness? He pondered silently. This chaos finally had to be brought to an end. Far away across the school grounds, the serpent fiend had slithered to a spot. It returned to its half-human, half-beast form. It straightened up, wiped the blood from its mouth, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. What the hell? Where did these demon cultivators come from? Could he have been swept here by the same chaotic current as me? It hugged its wounded arm and walked slowly toward a house, thinking to itself, but it's fine. Once I'm away from here, I'll roam the heavens and seas as I please. A small truck co-stage cultivator like him will never find me in his lifetime. No sooner had the thought left its mouth than a voice sounded behind it. Oh, is that so? The serpent fiend jumped and hurriedly turned around. It was no stranger, Suabak. One hand in his pocket, followed by the zombies he had tamed. He curled his lips in a challenging smile. Keep running if you want. I'm very curious whether you can escape the range of my consciousness. The serpent fiend was terrified, its body trembling as it stumbled backward. No, this can't be. How could you find me? You're only truck co-stage. How could you sense my consciousness? Suabak didn't bother to answer. He barked coldly. Shut up. You're being far too noisy. He raised the Van Han Fiend high and commanded, Lock! Immediately, the demonic eye on the weapon flared brightly. Zombies, large and small, surged toward the enemy in unison. In the blink of an eye, the small zombies latched onto the serpent fiend's limbs, yanking them apart and restraining its movements so fast it was terrified out of its wits. When the serpent fiend realized it had been captured, it thrashed wildly, but the zombies were anchored to the wall behind it. Using their gaunt bodies and dry hands like iron anchors, they wouldn't allow it to move even a step. At that moment, a grotesque hand with razor-sharp claws shot out like lightning. It was the mutated zombie. The powerful thrust drove the claws deep into the serpent fiend's neck, pinning it to the wall. The force cracked the wall, the fissures spreading like a spiderweb. The serpent fiend gaped and spat a viscous fluid, screaming in agony. Suabak stepped forward slowly, his voice cold as ice. I've sealed all your vital points. Let's see what tricks you have left. The serpent fiend roared and cursed. You damned scum. You trash enemies. Then it began to threaten. If you won't let me live in peace, none of you will survive. With that, it opened its mouth and blasted a stream of emerald poisonous gas at the mutated zombie. The toxic gas spread incredibly fast. From within the smoke, countless small serpent fiends formed out of the venom. They rushed at Suobak, their laughter echoing everywhere. Ha ha ha, even if you have the Van Han Fiend, your body is only truck co-stage. If we swallow you whole, we won't have to fear your puppets anymore. Suobak heard this and lowered his head, snorting in contempt. Truly the sort that doesn't know life or death. He gripped the Van Han Fiend tightly, raised it high, and thrust it into one of the small serpent fiends, making it shriek in pain. The next moment, all the little serpent fiends turned into green liquid and dissolved without a trace. The serpent fiend was utterly baffled. How can this be? Even the consciousness of an Nguyen on stage couldn't easily see through my avatars. It stared at Suobak, its gaze now filled with terror. Who exactly are you? Suobak had no desire to waste words. He shouted, "Shut up. If you weren't still of some use to me, I would have scattered your soul long ago." He commanded the Van Han Fiend to coil tightly around the serpent fiend. Bind the soul. Immediately, countless black mystic chains shot from the weapon's mouth, fastening the serpent fiend securely. The serpent fiend thrashed and screamed in fury. "Damn it, we won't submit. Even if we must die, I will never bow to you. Come die with me." It used the technique Nguyen then Zut Q. Its soul left its body. The spirit swelled as if pumped full of spiritual power. Seeing this, Suobak only snorted disdainfully. "You want to violently force your spirit in front of me? Do you think it's that easy?" He frowned, raised two fingers, and manifested a brilliant golden mystic light.
Nguyên thần xuất khiếu.
A gigantic spirit appeared right before the serpent fiend's eyes. Panicked. What is this? A Hoa than's might? Have I accidentally offended a Hoa than elder? Before it could finish speaking, the Van Han Fien used its chains to yank the serpent fiend's body into its mouth. It struggled in despair. "Ah no, don't kill me. I admit my sins. Ancestors, please spare me." But before the words finished, both its body and soul were completely devoured by the Van Han Fiend. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated an advanced stage creature. The Van Han Fiend has been upgraded. Current realm, Truck Co-Stage.
Vạn hồn phiên răng, level 3.
Number of spirits that can be controlled, 10 spirits. Currently, 5/10. Detected Van Han Fiend has risen to level 3. Enhancement mode unlocked. The host can feed spirits items containing spiritual energy to upgrade them. Suobak was ecstatic. Quite an unexpected harvest. The system announced again. The host can use any item containing spiritual energy to nourish spirits and thereby raise their rank. Hearing this, Suobak's eyes flashed with astonishment. I didn't expect spirit stones could be used directly to strengthen spirits like this. If I just gather enough spirit stones, won't I quickly build a formidable army of spirits? He lifted the Van Han Fiend. A faint light flickered. Instantly, the zombies behind were sucked into the banner, disappearing without a trace. In that case, hunting for more spirit stones must become a top priority. Suobak's gaze turned icy, a calculating smile tugging at his mouth. Once I have enough power to protect myself in this world, that will be the time I go find the obedient disciples of mine from years past. Back at the dormitory area, Antley spoke up anxiously. You on Thursday, the companion who was with you, he chased after that monster. Could he be in danger? Lin Yuanting smiled to reassure her and told herself, "Don't worry, Antley, Suobak will definitely be fine. That kind of monster is no match for him." Hearing this, Antley breathed a small sigh of relief, feeling a bit lighter. That's good then. You seem to trust him a lot, don't you? He doesn't seem to be a student at our school. How did you meet him? Yuanting answered honestly. Actually, I was lucky enough to escape the school before, and when those monsters were about to attack me, Suobak saved my life. At that, her face showed a fleeting sadness, but her tone was strangely wistful. When I first met Suabak, I felt a strong familiarity, as if I had known him before. As they spoke, a door opened behind them. Yuanting ran over and cried out with joy, "Great! Suabak is back! That terrifying monster didn't hurt you anywhere, did it?" Not letting the girl touch him, Suabak coldly pushed her head away with an annoyed tone. "Stop it! Hurt by that piece of trash? Do you take me for such a pushover?" After speaking, he reached into his pocket and produced a glittering purple stone. Stepping close to Antly, he asked coldly, "I need more stones like this. Do you know where I can find more?" Antly shook her head softly and replied, "Sorry. This item originally belonged to my father. I don't know where he obtained it. Perhaps you should ask him directly to find out." Suabak frowned and asked, "So where's your father now?" Antly stared into the distance, her voice dropping. "Suabak, if you truly want to meet my father, we may need to make a second bargain." She paused for a moment, eyes full of implication as she looked at him. "The last time I contacted my father was 3 days ago. He was trapped somewhere, waiting for rescuers. If you want information about this stone, I'm afraid we must find him together first." Suabak's brow tightened, his gaze knife-sharp as he thought to himself, "Is this woman trying to use me to rescue her father? But if it leads to a steady supply of spirit stones, the time spent is worth it." After a moment's thought, he closed his eyes and sighed. "Fine. In that case, I'll go with you and see." Hearing this, Antly couldn't hide her joy and asked eagerly, "Really?" Lin Yuanting also smiled brightly. "That's perfect." But Suabak's face remained cold as ice, his tone threatening. "If I discover you're daring to lie to me, it won't be only you. Everyone here will die. That includes your old man, of course." Antly trembled all over, sweat streaming down her cheeks, stammering, "Oh, okay. I know. You can trust me. My father won't let you down." After finishing their arrangements, Antly approached the remaining survivors and called out loudly, "Students, get up. Let's leave here with Suabak." The crowd jumped up excitedly, cheering. "Fantastic. Finally we'll get out of this cursed place. I thought I'd rot and die here." Suddenly someone looked toward those still sitting motionless. A little girl ran over, threw herself at Antly, and began sobbing. Antly said nothing, just quietly consoled the child in the stunned silence. Suabak stepped closer to the corpses strewn across the floor. He raised the Van Han Fien high, eyes icy, thinking, "They're dead. Can't let them go to waste." In a deep voice he shouted, "Souls come!" Instantly, from the sharp teeth of the Van Han Fien, glistening blue-green chains shot forth, wrapping tightly around the necks of those corpses. In a blink, the souls were drawn out of the bodies, leaving their mortal shells. The surviving students witnessed the horrifying scene, shrinking back in terror, mouths agape and speechless. Everything happened extremely fast. The eye sockets of the Van Han Fien lit up, and the banner trembled as if excited. The system displayed a message: "Souls increased by 5. The host can now control a maximum of 10 out of 10 spirits." In an instant, the task was complete and the banner fell back into Suabak's hands. The students stared at one another in horror. Even Antly couldn't hide the panic on her face. The corpses on the floor gradually dissolved as if they had never existed. Antly hesitated and asked softly, "Suabak, what did you do to them?" Suabak slung the Van Han Fien over his shoulder coldly and replied, "Of course I used them thoroughly. Put them into the Van Han Fien to become things I control." Then he turned and said decisively, "All right, let's go. I don't have time to waste here." Out on the school grounds someone spoke up, "Suabak, thank you so much. Without you we couldn't have escaped that classroom. Even if the monsters didn't kill us, we'd have starved to death sooner or later." Suabak didn't look back, walking on calmly. "No need to thank me. Everyone simply pursues their own needs." He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "My cultivation has just broken through to Truck Co-stage. My spirit space has also been partially restored. Surely I can now use some higher-grade artifacts. Let's see." Immediately his consciousness sank into his spirit space, reaching toward the white vortex before him. Suabak hoped to find something useful. As soon as he touched the light, countless items appeared in the illusory air. Various weapons of different forms and spirit medicines imbued with wondrous power. He let out a small cry, eyes wide with amazement. A sword suddenly materialized in his hand. He bent to look at it, pondering. I didn't expect this to appear. Could this truly be destiny? Lin Yuanting saw smoke rising from his hand and peered at it curiously. She reached out to touch the sword and asked in surprise, Suabak, where did you pull out this badass sword from? Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Suabak squinted and glanced at her thoughtfully. Could this be a sign that her memory is about to return? Intriguing. If you truly remember everything and realize you've fallen into my hands, what will that look like? Probably like a lamb waiting to be led to the slaughter. He relaxed his grip, planting the sword into the ground, thinking to himself, I wonder what my obedient disciple will think of this. His voice was cold as ice. Very well. This item will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Ha! Lin Yuanting pointed at her nose in astonishment. To me? She scratched her head in embarrassment. But Suabak, what am I supposed to do with this? You don't expect me to have you carry it and fight those monsters, do you? Suabak looked straight ahead, his tone utterly calm. So is that not acceptable? Do you expect me to be your bodyguard forever? Yuanting fell silent, her face briefly sad at being brushed off. She bent down and grabbed the sword embedded in the ground. All right, but I've never used one of these before. When we get back you have to teach me how to use it properly. Saying that, she gripped the hilt with both hands. Suddenly her eyes widened. A flood of memories from her previous life surged in like a torrent. From the terrifying moment when Suabak self-destructed, to the scene of her kneeling before him, confessing every secret to beg to join his sect. Then even the image of him gently lifting her chin with a warm smile appeared vividly, as if it were yesterday. Back in the present, Suabak's cold gaze flashed just behind Lin Yuanting. The girl stared with wide eyes, astonished by what she'd seen. But in that instant, the face of Suabak from her past skimmed across her mind, making her panic and stammer, "I'm a master." Before she could finish, her eyes closed and her consciousness sank into a gloomy darkness. In a moment she collapsed to the ground, motionless like a log. Seeing her student faint, Antly cried out in alarm, Yuanting, thinking she had truly regained her memory. Suabak's veins bulged and he clenched his teeth, his voice full of killing intent. He raised the Van Han Fiend and summoned the serpent fiend he had just captured, commanding it to lunge forward and shout, "Go die!" The snake immediately coiled tightly around Yuanting, leaving her only able to make muffled sounds as she thrashed desperately. The students who witnessed the horrific scene were petrified. Some, too weak at heart, sank down clutching their heads and trembling. Even in utter panic, Antly ran over and grabbed Suabak's sleeve, pleading, "Suabak, what the hell are you doing? Stop!" But he stood silent and indifferent, offering no answer. The snake obeyed its command, opening its red maw wide, ready to swallow its prey. Yuanting was squeezed nearly to the point of asphyxiation, forced to gasp for the last feeble breaths of air. Seeing the dire situation, Antly rushed forward and used all her strength to pull the snake's head away. Seizing the opportunity, Yuanting panicked and cried, "Suabak, your monster has gone mad. Please save me." Suabak stepped forward and slammed the tail of the Van Han Fiend onto the ground, producing a shockwave that reverberated across the area. Yuanting watched, drenched in sweat from sheer terror. He crouched down, his voice cold. "Have your memories returned?" Yuanting trembled, eyes full of doubt. "What memories? Suabak, what the hell are you talking about?" Antly fell to her knees before him, clasping her hands in desperate pleading. "Suabak, Yuanting is a good girl. Please, save her." Suabak felt a ripple of uncertainty. He thought to himself that her earlier behavior didn't seem like an act. Could her memory have only returned for a moment? He slowly reached toward her, his voice low. "Then let me investigate myself and find out the truth." His hand gently touched Yuanting's head. A blinding light suddenly flared forth. With his eyes closed, he began to perform soul-searching to read her mind. The remaining memories surfaced clearly in his head. When he was finished, he opened his eyes, his face still cold as ice as he looked straight at her. The memories couldn't be faked. Could it be that she truly remembered nothing of her past? The two people beside them, seeing him stare blankly, anxiously called out his name. He stood, waved the Van Han fiend to retract the spell. In an instant, the snake coiled around Yuan Ting transformed into streams of blue light and vanished. Aunt Lee hurriedly helped her student up, comforting her. "It's okay. It's okay. Stand up." Suabak paid them no mind and walked past, saying evenly, "Perhaps this sword really isn't suited to you." He smoothly stored the sword in his spirit space and commanded decisively, "Let's go. Don't waste more time." Lin Yuanting and Aunt Lee answered in unison, "Ah, okay." Aunt Lee turned and waved to the students standing at a distance. "Come here, everyone. It's fine now. Follow me quickly." But Yuanting felt an overwhelming unease. How strange. Why had she instinctively called Suabak master just now? What was this chilling sense of familiarity? Suabak narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. He wondered whether this was destiny or an elaborate trap set by someone else. He vowed to uncover the truth. After a while, the group stood before a ruined, desolate industrial complex. Aunt Lee said, "This is the place." Then she proudly introduced, "This is one of my family's businesses. My father last contacted us from here, but perhaps because of those terrifying monsters he couldn't get out in time." Suabak frowned, his eyes sharp as an eagle's as he looked inside. "Then let's go take a look." But after taking one step, the boy in the white shirt hesitated and scratched his head. "Look, we won't go in. We'll wait here for you." The girls behind immediately agreed. "True, we couldn't help to Big Brother anyway. Better to sit and wait here." "I think so too." Suabak glanced back with utter indifference. "It's fine. My contract is fulfilled by getting you out of the school. Whether you go or stay, your future survival is no longer my concern." Having said that, he strode inside. The three students were still visibly terrified. None dared follow. Aunt Lee looked at them and silently accepted that there was no other choice. She seriously instructed, "Then stay here, but don't run off anywhere. Wait for us to come out, and then we'll lead you to the government's shelter. You'll be safe there." The boy replied loudly, "Don't worry, Aunt Lee, we won't run off." Without another word, she hurried after Suabak's figure. Before long, the three figures faded into the distance, shrinking in the students' eyes until they were as small as peas. But as soon as they disappeared from view, the boy flopped down to the ground and breathed a relieved sigh. "Phew, finally free. You guys don't know. I've hardly dared to take a deep breath the whole time, afraid that if that guy got angry he'd come back and send me to meet my ancestors at once." The straight-haired girl nodded in agreement. "Who wouldn't feel that way? I find him scarier than those monsters out there." Another person cut in, "Stop discussing it. Stay put here. Making it to the very end alive is the real victory." Suabak led them cautiously through the ruined industrial complex, a place that seemed to show no signs of ordinary living people or common zombies. The group slowly advanced deeper inside. Suddenly, the pointed-toe doll shoes halted. Lin Yuanting froze, her eyes tense. "Wait. Something seems to be coming this way." Before her, a horde of zombies surged forward, howling in a truly terrifying roar. Nearby armed troops spotted living people and urgently signaled, "Get out of here, quickly. This isn't a place you should come into. Don't let these monsters touch you. Retreat immediately." With that, they bravely charged in to eliminate the horde. Aunt Lee cried out in joy, "Wonderful! This must be the government's rescue team. They will surely know where my father is trapped." Tabak tightened his grip on the 10,000 souls fan, his gaze icy. "Then we must keep at least one prey alive." He summoned all the zombies under his command and raised the 10,000 souls fan, issuing the order decisively, "Clear every obstacle for me." On command, the horde of zombies lunged at the corpses, their empty eyes glowing a cold red. Three loud noises made a soldier turn around and panic as he reported, "Damn it, Captain! There are monsters charging from behind too. What are we going to do?" The captain frowned and gritted his teeth. "Don't panic. Split the formation now, retreat quickly. Don't let these monsters surround us like a dumpling. The soldiers immediately broke apart to find escape routes while staying highly alert. At the same time, the zombies and undead screamed and clashed fiercely. A shadow with razor-sharp claws appeared before the undead. That was an evolved-level zombie. It lunged straight into the enemy formation, slaughtering without mercy. Nearby, the demonic serpent opened its jaws wide, revealing needle-like teeth and a long tongue, ready to tear the corpses apart. A thunk sounded as red blood from the undead sprayed everywhere. A soldier witnessing this exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, am I dreaming? Those monsters are actually fighting each other." He pointed his gun at the undead defensively. "In all my days on duty, I've never seen anything this strange." The captain was equally bewildered. What else could it be? Could this be a battle of the gods? Outside, Tabak's zombies continuously overwhelmed and tore apart the obstructing undead. At that moment, he and Aunt Lee and Yuyan Thursday slowly advanced. The three captains hid behind a ruined wall, glancing over with serious tones. "Don't be careless. They haven't noticed us yet. Fall back. Only when those people with special abilities sent by headquarters arrive will we truly be safe." A masked soldier asked, "Boss, the Bureau keeps praising those special ability people like they're divine. Are they really that formidable? Everyone has 2 shoulders and 1 head. How could they possibly turn into superhumans?" The captain loaded his weapon and said firmly, "Maybe you haven't seen their power yet. I once met an individual with top-tier special ability. He only needed to release a safety latch and could single-handedly fend off thousands upon thousands." The masked man widened his eyes. "Thousands upon thousands? Aren't you exaggerating? Are they really superhumans?" Suddenly he grabbed his gun and cried out in shock. "What the hell is that? There really are superhumans. Aren't those the survivors from earlier? Why aren't the monsters attacking them? It seems they're escorting them." On Tabak's side, the zombies under his command were still ferociously attacking the nearby undead. Without hesitation, Captain Chu Truong-tan raised his gun and aimed straight ahead, and his comrades followed immediately. He shouted loudly, "Who are you? Stand still and answer now, or we'll open fire." Aunt Lee and Yuyan Thursday cowered close to Tabak in fear, but he walked forward calmly, composed as if he heard nothing. The masked soldier whispered, "Can't he hear us? Or should I just shoot him?" As if guided by intuition, Chu Truong-tan sighed and lowered his gun. He raised his hand to stop his comrades, his expression extremely grave. "All right, drop that thought. These aren't people we can handle." He stepped out from behind the ruined wall and announced, "Please halt. I'm Chu Truong-tan, captain of Rescue Team 3 of City Z. May I ask if you are the special ability people sent by headquarters to assist us?"
No.
Tabak turned with a puzzled look. What exactly does this so-called special ability person mean? Chu Truong-tan was utterly surprised. "Not special ability people? Then who are you?" He thought tensely. If they weren't sent by the administration, could they be lone expert operators? Damn it, these people really weren't easy to deal with. Aunt Lee hurriedly explained, "We came here looking for someone. He's my father, Lee Chin-hao." Hearing that name, Chu Truong-tan frowned and said seriously, "Lee Chin-hao? He's indeed on the rescue list. I hear he holds extremely important information. Headquarters ordered that he must be saved at all costs." Tabak immediately spoke, his gaze cold as a razor. "Do you know where he is right now?" Chu Truong-tan nodded. "I do, but it's deep within this area. With the current chaos, it's very difficult to infiltrate." No sooner had he finished than a nearby wall was smashed down by the undead. They poured out like a flood, screaming madly, reaching and lunging with open mouths. The soldiers immediately assumed combat positions. Chu Truong-tan's face showed clear horror. "We're doomed. We're surrounded." He turned to Tabak and shouted for help. "Friend, even though you're not with the authorities, in this crisis please lend us a hand. You don't need to protect everyone. Just get one of us out to deliver the message and that's enough." Tabak replied arrogantly, "No problem. I will lead all of you out safely. But in return, you must lead me to the target." Having said that, he didn't bother to act himself, letting the soldiers deal with the approaching undead. He pointed at them and ordered coldly, "Crush them all for me." On command, the mutated zombies and the demonic serpent lunged forward at once. The evolved-level zombie swung its long claws, slicing straight into the undead and shredding their formation. The demonic serpent opened its jaws wide and expelled a terrifying blaze, incinerating the undead in a sea of red fire. The soldiers watched in exhilaration and cheered nonstop. Mang. Are these people really special ability individuals? That's beyond twisted. One turned to the captain and asked, "Captain, are all special ability people this powerful? Calling just one out can wreak such devastation. Compared to him, the weapons we hold are nothing but dry sticks for a campfire." Tu Truong Tan responded decisively, "Not everyone with special abilities is that mighty. Compared to those serving the authorities, this one is certainly among the top tier. At least I've never seen anyone control monstrous creatures like that at will. His power level is probably not below top tier, I fear." Lam Yen Thursday, who had been quiet until now, suddenly sensed something amiss and cried out, "Watch out! Something's coming." She pointed straight up at the sky and shouted, "Look up there!" Everyone immediately looked up, curiosity filling their eyes as they turned toward the darkened heavens. A pair of bony legs shot downward, landing with a thud that shook the ground and sent dust and debris flying everywhere. A weird green aura emanated from its body. A cold voice, as if echoing from hell itself, said, "You dare trespass into my domain without my permission?" Tu Truong Tan's team was petrified. What the hell is that thing? Intelligence never mentioned anything this terrifying in the area. Tabak slightly narrowed his brows. He recognized the aura of someone who had reached the pinnacle of the Truck-Ko realm. He hadn't expected such a high-level demonic beast to be hiding here. Moreover, it looked nothing like ordinary undead. The bone demon raised its spiked club, its eyes flashing strange lights, and commanded, "My loyal underlings, follow me and scatter these brutal bandit invaders." The undead seemed to be miraculously strengthened and surged forward like a rolling tsunami. Antli panicked and asked, "Tabak, what should we do now?" Tu Truong Tan shouted, "All units prepare to engage. Even if we die, we must fight these monsters to the death." Tabak didn't bother to answer, only staring at the bone demon with eyes flashing extreme excitement. As expected, just as I predicted. This is indeed a rare dead creature possessing both intelligence and a soul. If we capture its soul and put it into the myriad soul fan, it will surely greatly strengthen my legion of spirits. He ordered everyone, "Fall back, all of you. This prey belongs to me alone." He bowed his head, a fierce killing intent flaring in his eyes. "Once we catch it, I'll create an army of autonomous spirits. Their combat power will then surge to a whole new level." Without hesitation, Tabak raised the myriad soul fan high and shouted, "Advance!" The zombies immediately changed course and charged straight at the bone demon. The demonic serpent wrapped tightly around the leader's leg, locking its movement. Small zombies kept attacking at its feet while the evolved zombie surged forward, delivering deadly strikes. But the bone demon managed to raise its giant club and block the blow by a hair. The bone demon stared at Tabak in astonishment and exclaimed, "You can even command the dead? Humanity is truly dangerous." It braced itself and unleashed a terrifying aura like a tsunami, easily flinging the zombies far away. It raised its iron club high, a greenish aura coiling around the weapon, and roared arrogantly, "I am the Lord of Spirits. You lowly humans dare to act arrogantly here." Then it swung the club hard, unleashing a destructive blow. The force howled like the wrath of the great wilds. Tabak felt that presence and grew slightly cautious. Damn, this power might already rival the Golden Core realm. What exactly is this spirit's background? But at the same time, on a nearby rooftop, a glasses-wearing guy grinned excitedly. "Found a juicy prey. The master will be very pleased. I just found a Truck-Ko cultivator, and he even knows how to command spirits." Immediately, a mysterious black smoke appeared in the air, its 5 features as clear as a normal person's. The shadow narrowed its eyes and ordered coldly, "Kill him. The spiritual energy in his body is extremely important to me. After it's done, I will reward you handsomely. The glasses wearer smirked. Rest assured, the Soulbone Shadow troops have begun the hunt. Back at Tabak, the Bone Demon swung its giant club down. Lam Yuyan Thursday's group and Antley screamed in panic, "No! Save us!" Tabak stood motionless, his eyes cold as he watched the monster without flinching. Though filled with fear, the soldiers held firm and did not retreat. They fired volley after volley skyward to assist. Qiu Truong Tan bellowed with full vigor, "Brothers, advance together." Lam Yuyan Thursday gripped Tabak's arm and said resolutely, "Tabak, even if I must die, I will stay by your side." Standing on the razor's edge of death, he closed his eyes, exuding a carefree air. This golden core level spirit master seems all show. His true strength is only peak truck company. Though I've lost my old cultivation, a beast like you still can't stop me. He stretched his hand forward. His spirit stirred and he drew out the sword he had used before. As the blade left its sheath, a majestic guardian spirit manifested in the sky. Without hesitation, Tabak commanded the guardian spirit to swing its sword and cleave the bone demon's enormous iron club to pieces. The Soulbone Shadow commander, seeing his weapon destroyed, panicked and looked up, screaming in terror. How can this be? A celestial guardian spirit. This is the secret technique of a doubt-transforming realm cultivator.
Tiêu Trung Thành froze in shock.
He said with a strained certainty. This one is stronger than any special ability individual I've ever encountered. The masked man beside him stared wide-eyed and stammered, This is really perverse. Is anyone actually this ferociously powerful?" Tabak lowered his head, his eyes icy cold, thinking to himself, "It's a shame all the spiritual energy I absorbed until now has been drained by that move. But if I can tame a Ko Lao Vong like this, it'll be totally worth it." The Soulbone Shadow commander panicked and turned to flee. The Tao-transforming realm's secret technique had appeared. How could he dare to fight on? He thought escape was the wise choice, but it wouldn't be so easy. Tabak raised his sword high. Mystical energy billowed from the blade as his cold voice rang out. Trying to run? He swung the sword hard at the monster and shouted, "Have you tasted my fiery phoenix requiem?" No sooner had he spoken than the sword transformed into a blazing phoenix that shot forward like a bullet, accompanied by an earth-shattering cry. The Soulbone Shadow commander froze and turned in bewilderment. His face showed utter panic. What the hell was that? All he could see was the radiant form of the fire phoenix filling his eyes, its divine aura flooding the sky. He trembled and stammered, I can't move anymore. Which great saintly power have I accidentally provoked?" But in a brief instant, the phoenix-shaped sword pierced completely through the Soulbone Shadow commander, sending him flying backward as he screamed in agonizing, pitiful cries. Lam Yuyan Thursday, witnessing the horror, couldn't hide her astonishment. "Tabak, that thing you summoned, is that a phoenix?" Qiu Truong Tan frowned and mumbled to himself, "An ancient divine beast, the golden phoenix? How terrifyingly powerful must he be?" Seeing the enemy utterly weakened, Tabak coldly raised the myriad soul fan and activated it at once. He shouted, and chains of killing intent shot out, binding the Soulbone Shadow commander's body. He struggled and screamed in vain. "No, you won't enslave me. I, the Soulbone Shadow commander, will never submit." But after only a few seconds, he stopped resisting and thought to himself, "Whatever. Although I'm reluctant, following a great Tao-transforming master likely offers a far brighter future than sticking with that kid." At that moment, he was completely subdued by the myriad soul fan. The system panel popped up with a notification. "Congratulations, the host has defeated a commanding class creature. The myriad soul fan has significantly increased in level. Current realm, refining chi stage. Myriad soul fan level, 4. Controllable. Commanding class spirits. 1/1 promoted spirits. 2/5 common spirits. 10/20. Before he could steady himself, Tabak began to cough violently. Cough. Cough. Summoning a celestial guardian spirit is really too much for me right now. My spiritual energies severely depleted. My realm has dropped. Aunt Lee and Lam Yuyan Thursday hurried over, anxiously asking, Tabak, are you really okay? From inside the myriad soul fan, the Soulbone Shadow Commander's voice echoed out, My lord, I see you've expended too much energy. Now I'll help you restore part of your strength. He transformed into a stream of green light that slid to Tabak's back, placed a hand on him, and poured spiritual energy in continuously. The system panel then updated, Current realm, mid-level truck company. Hearing this, excitement flashed into Tabak's eyes. Good, I've surpassed the early truck co-level I was at before. It seems the spiritual energy from the souls inside the myriad soul fan can specially bolster my power. He curled a faint smile and turned to the Soulbone Shadow Commander. I didn't expect you'd know how to offer spiritual energy like that. The Soulbone Shadow Commander immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Once inside my lord's myriad soul fan, I only hope to gain my lord's trust. His words were flowery, but in truth he was scheming for himself. The celestial guardian bearing the golden phoenix aura proved that his master had already reached the Tao-transforming realm before coming to this world. His foundation was rock solid and could return to its peak at any time. He dreamed hazily of a brilliant wealth and prosperity, his eyes shining as if he'd just tasted something delicious. As long as I serve my master well, I'll surely have a chance to reach the pinnacle again. Heh. Lam Yuyan Thursday stepped closer, worry in her eyes as she looked at Tabak and softly asked, Tabak, I saw blood at the corner of your mouth. Are you really all right? He said nothing, suddenly feeling a strange inner confusion. Before transmigrating here, why did Lam Yuyan Thursday and those others want to assassinate me at all costs? But that now seems unimportant. What has happened. The reasons no longer matter. What must be done now is to understand this world fully and collect as many spirit stones as possible. He turned to Chu Truong-tan and said decisively, Captain Chu, lead us to find Lai Chin Hao immediately. Chu Truong-tan replied without hesitation. Respectfully, Yes, Lord Tabak. Although the Soulbone Shadow Commander had been subdued, the surrounding zombies still roared, eager to rush in and attack. Tabak frowned, his gaze icy with extreme displeasure. These damned zombies really don't know when to stop. What a nuisance. The Soulbone Shadow Commander immediately grasped his intent. He transformed into a streak of green light that shot up into the sky, materializing 2/3 of his form, hands on his hips in a majestic stance. He roared, drowning out the shrieks of the lesser thralls. You blind beasts, faced with my great master, why do you not kneel and pay respects? Though lacking minds, the zombies all bowed their heads in unison and slowly prostrated themselves before Tabak. Thanks to that intimidation, his group advanced easily without expending any more effort. The masked soldier nearby was now completely convinced. He muttered to himself, Captain Chu once said this kid alone defeated 100 men. I didn't believe it. Look now. Those zombies even directly kneel in submission. This youth is terrifying, as powerful as a god. Aunt Lee tried to keep a calm expression, but her eyes shone with deep admiration for Tabak. He summoned a phoenix and can subdue and command other souls. In these chaotic times, could he become our new hero? The scene suddenly cut to a gloomy house. A man in purple, surprised by the report, asked back, My lord, is it truly 100% certain? I would never dare report even half a word falsely. He immediately displayed the footage from the scene to the purple-clad man. Seeing it, the man's eyes turned icy cold. He clenched his fist and whispered, A celestial guardian spirit with the Phoenix Requiem sword? It seems my revered master has finally arrived in this world. He progressed even faster than I expected. The purple-clad man gave a cold order at once. I've identified him. Use all available forces to kill him the moment he steps into that containment zone. If this mission fails, slaughter everyone inside. The glasses wearer nodded immediately. Understood, sir. I'll go at once. On a towering building, a voice called down among the grotesque corpses roaming below. What should we do now? Don't worry. I know where the spirit nest is. They'll need it. A man in brown pointed to the street and shouted, Look, someone's coming to rescue us. Another cried out, Old Lee, your daughter is coming too. The woman in pink gasped, Those special ability people are really powerful. All the zombies immediately prostrated themselves before them. A flash of light suddenly streaked across the high sky like a falling meteor, brilliant yet threatening. Lam Yuyan Thursday immediately sensed the danger and urgently pointed upward, her voice frantic. "Mr. DeBach, be careful!" A spiraling object with a razor-sharp lower end, like a hidden weapon, hurtled toward them, wanting to ingratiate himself with his new master. The Soulbone Shadow Commander immediately shot out from within the Myriad Soul Fan and stood directly in front of Tabak, bracing himself to reassure. "Do not fear, my lord. Leave everything to your subordinate to handle." No sooner had he finished than he raised his iron club to block the weapon. Though intercepted, the blade's keen edge kept tearing at the club, sending sparks and fire flying everywhere. In an instant, both the weapon's wielder and the weapon itself were violently flung backward. The blood zombie suddenly recognized a familiar figure, gave a brief start, then roared, "Soulbone Shadow Commander, you're still not dead? And you dare betray us?" The Soulbone Shadow Commander slammed his club into the ground and spoke with extreme arrogance. "Don't waste words. This is my new master. If you know what's good for you, get lost." The blood zombie lowered his head, a vicious glint in his eyes as he snarled, "HM, truly shameless. You think you're worthy to stand here and command me?" Without another word, he raised his hand and ordered decisively, "Attack them all! The master has given the command. Kill them and great rewards await." The dry-bone thralls behind him charged forward at once. Tabak frowned, his gaze razor-sharp as he thought, "These blood zombies are really no different from the Soulbone Shadow Commander. They appear to be Golden Core rank, but in truth they're only Peak Truck Co level." He summoned his sword, gripped it tightly in his right hand, and turned to Lam Yuyan Thursday. "Watch closely." She nodded and focused intently without taking her eyes off him for a second. He continued, "This move of mine is called Phoenix Requiem." With that, Tabak swung his sword, and a long blaze erupted fiercely, transforming into a brilliant fiery phoenix that shot forward.
Lam Nguyên Thu Rubet Her Lip, Pondering, Phoenix Requiem.
"This feels strangely familiar," she murmured in confusion. "But why? Why can't I remember anything?" The phoenix soared high and let out a piercing cry. The sound stopped the dry bones and the blood zombie dead in their tracks, their bodies stiff as wood. The blood zombie panicked. "Take this divine weapon? It completely immobilizes me." From a distance, the Soulbone Shadow Commander watched with extreme satisfaction, thinking, "A mid-level Truck Co like my master wielding the Phoenix Requiem sword can easily surpass Peak Truck Co foes. No need for me to toil myself." Tabak, wanting to conserve strength, ordered, "Old Min, handle these ones." Quan hesitated not for a moment and bowed. "Understood, my lord." He raised his head. His eyes and nostrils flared with a brilliant light, his aura terrifying, like a demonic god. "Wonderful. Couldn't even say a word? Thank you, my great lord, for granting your subordinate this golden chance." He lunged straight at the blood zombie, voice eager. "Let me personally slaughter these insignificant shrimp for you." The blood zombie was terrified and begged desperately, "Hey, wait! Min bro, hold on." Before he could finish, the Soulbone Shadow Commander swung his club and knocked the blood zombie's head off like a tennis ball, sending the enemy into a hysterical scream. When the job was done, the system flashed a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated a commanding level creature. Your experience points have increased." Hearing that, Tabak frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "Only experience increased and no level up? This level 4 Myriad Soul Fan still only controls one commanding level spirit. Whatever." He turned to the Soulbone Shadow Commander and said, "Take care of the physical core of that blood zombie." Quan, startled, stammered, "Are really, my lord?" Tabak nodded decisively. "Of course. I hope this will help you break through to a new tier." He clasped his hands and bowed with deep reverence. "I thank my lord for granting this grace to your servant. Even if I must jump into boiling oil 1,000 times to die, I would never refuse." He opened his mouth wide and sucked the blood zombie's soul into his belly with great relish. "Blood zombie, you deserved that," Luckily, I followed Lord Tabak early. Otherwise, I'd have become someone else's meal. After absorbing it, his body emitted a brilliant green mystical aura. He laughed heartily. My lord, after devouring this one, my strength has stabilized firmly at the Golden Core realm. Now, even if I face 10 blood zombies, I can handle them all. From inside that building, people cheered in delight. They needed only one move to take down the blood zombie. We're truly saved. This young man is the most powerful special ability person I've ever seen. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the rooftop, throwing those inside into panic. They had no idea where the sound came from. Before they could inquire further, a dark shape from above drove sharp claws into the building. Bricks cracked, glass shattered into pieces, and debris flew inward. Those near the windows recoiled in terror, raising their hands to shield themselves. On the high rooftop appeared a winged skeleton with a long tail feather waving. An utterly terrifying and dreadful sight. Sensing a tasty prey, it spread its massive wings and struck once, whipping up all the fine dust into a deadly mist that billowed out to both sides. It didn't stop there. It looked down to the ground and uttered a blood-curdling cry. Even with just a wing beat, that terrifying gust forced the Soulbone Shadow Commander to hastily raise his hand to shield himself. He warned urgently, "My lord, be extremely careful." He quickly analyzed the situation. This avian aberration is truly a genuine Golden Core level being. The spiritual energy is abundant. If you can kill it, my lord will surely break through to peak truck company. Your Myriad Soul fan could also upgrade to level 5. Those who recognized the fearsome creature cried out helplessly in panic. The avian aberration. We're finished. This time we're definitely dead. They were utterly terrified. Even if the young man had defeated the blood zombie, facing this monster he would likely be powerless. The former special ability squad had killed zombies as easily as chickens, but when this avian appeared, it slaughtered all 12 of them in under 5 seconds, leaving no chance to resist. Lam Yuyan Thursday turned pale and trembling, saying, "It's over, we're done for." Li Chin Hao, though tense, tried to reassure them. "Hold on, everyone. We must trust the kid next to Na Tin." On another rooftop, the arrogant glasses wearer thought to himself, "My lord told me to kill him but doesn't trust one can. Let's see how neatly I handle him." He sneered. The avian aberration is a Golden Core monster with 5 clones, each bearing a different ability. Let's see how you deal with that. The avian aberration cried haughtily, "You mid-level truck co-cultivator, your flesh smells so good. Ha ha ha. Today you'll be my prey." It spread its wings, instantly splitting into 5 clones that encircled Tabak's group in the center. The red bird opened its beak and let out a piercing sonic wave. The cry made Aunt Lai and Lam Yuyan Thursday collapse to the ground, faces contorted, hands clamping over their ears. Even the Soulbone Shadow Commander had to cover his ears, roaring, "My lord, this avian is a puppet used by Hao Kiet. Its power is very strong." 3 cries carry a poisonous resonance. The sonic assault and force are straining Tabak. Although the sonic wave didn't hurt him like it did Lam Yuyan Thursday, his internal energy was severely suppressed. If the other clones attacked at once, it would be a big problem. He thought to himself, "Can't be passive." He raised his hand and ordered, "Old Min, you handle one-on-one. I'll leave this one to you." Immediately, the Soulbone Shadow Commander leapt up, replying, "My lord, I will give it my all." As he struck, the golden bird spread its wings to block him. The blue bird immediately launched sharp, feathered counterattacks. Meanwhile, the purple bird lunged toward Lam Yuyan Thursday and the others. Tabak recognized it at once, rushed before its razor talons, lowered his stance and shouted, "Phoenix Requiem Sword, second form." Waiting for the purple bird to approach, he sprang up and swung his sword. The blade erupted with a wind slash, sharp as a viper. But the bird was too fast. It beat its wings and flew backward, evading the dangerous slash. Not stopping, it spun 360 degrees and struck down with its razor wing. Tabak twisted to dodge but couldn't avoid it entirely. A deep gash opened on his arm, black blood seeping out. He gritted his teeth, staring at the wound in astonishment. That sonic wave was that effective. My speed and precision were affected. My strength is now below early truck company. He worried inwardly. Can't use the heavenly mortal manifestation repeatedly. Overusing souls will harm me. What to do? Tabak raised his sword level with his throat. The steel glinted in the sunlight. His cold gaze locked onto the foe, teeth clenched in extreme tension. A heroic memory flashed through his mind. He had been the imperial lord famed across the world, cutting down demon kings and dealing with bird people as child's play. This monster was merely a matter of time. Mind calculating, he knew that once he broke the sonic suppression and restored his full strength, borrowing the might of the sword wind silver, he could surely turn the tide. With a decisive swing, Tabak summoned the myriad soul fan. The remaining corpses appeared. He shouted loudly, "Rise!" Immediately, the corpses surged toward the enemy. Both sides plunged into fierce battle, but the outcome was obvious. The small corpses collapsed the moment they touched the bird's sharp feathers. Even the snake demons and high-level corpses fared no better, mere toys in the monster bird's hands. Tabak thought he had a moment to plan, but a massive talon of the bird suddenly lunged straight at him. Fortunately, thanks to the myriad soul fan's protection and his hand pressing to the ground in time, he wasn't knocked over. The green-feathered bird narrowed its eyes with contempt. Trying to block the sonic wave? What can you do to protect its master? The soulbone shadow commander immediately roared mockingly to distract. Bird person, aren't you Hao Kiet's trump card? Is that all your strength? After all this, you still dare mouth off? The bird flew in and slashed with its talon. Even if you break through to golden core, it means nothing to me. In the air, the orange-winged bird screamed fiercely. Lai Na Tin clutched her head in pain. The single cry had paralyzed the crowd. Tu Truong Tan sighed and added, "These little people are perverts. How can we possibly fight them? It's over. Everyone here looks like they're going to die." Hao Kiet stroked his chin and smiled wickedly. "My lord said I couldn't kill him. Let the avian aberration torture him. Let him savor his death." Despite his intense pain, Li Qin Hao still shouted for his only daughter. "Young man, please don't fight on. You simply can't beat them. Run now, please. Take Na Tin and leave immediately." Tabak clutched his wound. Pain was plainly etched on his face. He thought inwardly, "Do I really have to force myself to use that technique now?" At that critical moment, a tree branch suddenly flew in from nowhere, stuck straight into the bird's head, causing it to startle and let out a screech. Its whole body trembled violently as if being threshed. A woman with blonde hair, holding a wooden staff, leapt up before the bird and shouted, "You lot are a bit too noisy, you know." She planted her feet wide in a proud stance and delivered a thunderous blow to the bird's head. A resounding clunk echoed across the sky, carrying for kilometers. Lai Na Tin hurriedly dropped her hands from her ears and breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, that's so much better. My head doesn't hurt at all anymore." Lam Yuyan Thursday turned and beamed. "Was that caused by you, Tabak?" But Tu Truong Tan shook his head. "No, it was done by another girl." The group all looked toward the blonde woman standing imposingly beside the bird's corpse, admiration on every face. Yuyan Thursday's eyes lit up and she cheered, "So cool. Let's go." Aunt Lai pushed up her glasses, her expression icy. The three veterans also marveled at the girl's fierce presence. Tabak, not one to be rude, clasped his hands and bowed deeply in thanks. The blonde snorted lightly, eyes still fixed on the monsters ahead. "Finish off the enemies first, then we can talk. But when it's over, you must remember to lend me that thing you're holding for a bit." Freed from the bird's suppression, the soulbone shadow commander raised his sharp club high and bellowed confidently, "You damn bird people. No more crowing now, huh? Die, all of you." With that, he unleashed a thunderous strike that felled the green-feathered bird, rendering it unconscious on the spot. The impact startled the purple-winged bird into turning its head, but having lost its vigilance, in the next instant Tabak's sword sliced cleanly through its body, cleaving it into two pieces that plummeted from the sky and slammed into the ground. He quickly sheathed his sword, eyes icy cold. Without that malicious sonic wave, These bird people are actually so weak they can't withstand even one of my strikes. To how Kiet broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of blood. Isn't the woman with the staff the famed on Van Vice Chi Lord? How could she appear in this cursed place? Humph, never mind. He resolved to follow his lord's orders and annihilate everyone inside the warehouse. The two remaining birds panicked, eyes trembling. Who is that with the staff? Where did she crawl out from? Now it's just the two of us left. But since our master has ordered it, if we can't kill him, we must level the people in that warehouse. Inside the ruined warehouse, the rescued people cheered ecstatically. We're really saved. Thank heaven and earth. Thank the young hero so much. Though the battle wasn't fully over, Lai Chin how confidently declared, now no one can stop our survival. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the two remaining birds suddenly dove toward that tall building. Lai Na Tin screamed in panic. Not good. Their target is the warehouse. She urgently begged, please, save my father. My father holds the secret of the spirit stone. He absolutely cannot be allowed to die. Tabak immediately raised the myriad soul fan and ordered decisively, Old Min, quickly intercept those two for me. The Soulbone Shadow commander obeyed and charged. He gripped his club tightly and roared, Ha, bird people! Don't even think you can escape my grasp. A thunderous blow fell, instantly felling one bird. But with only AM Quan alone, there was no way to stop the remaining bird. It shot straight up to the building, smashed through the glass, and dove inside. The crowd within screamed in horror, Help! Save us! The bird opened its beak wide and expelled a stream of green, poisonous smoke. Those unlucky enough to inhale the smoke clutched their heads and throats, writhing in excruciating pain. The bird laughed maniacally. Taste this absolute toxin. Ah! Despite his unbearable pain, Lai Chin how still reached out. Na Tin! Lai Na Tin rushed toward the building, eyes watering, raising her hand as she shouted, Father! Father! Lam Yuyan Thursday ran over in panic and pulled her back. Na Tin! If you run over there and breathe that toxic smoke, you'll definitely die. Na Tin froze at the foot of the building. Her eyes widened to their limits as she stammered in boundless despair. Father! Father! Tears streamed down her cheeks, her teeth clenched, her whole body trembling. Father! Her hands balled into fists, tears seeming to flow back inward. Her entire body erupted with an eerie purple aura. Lai Na Tin lifted her face to the sky and power suddenly burst forth. Her clothes tore apart under the immense pressure. On Van narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, She's about to awaken her power? The Soulbone Shadow Commander shook his head worryingly. But it seems she can't withstand such a terrifying awakening. Her chi is too chaotic. She might explode and die. Tabak's face darkened as if he realized something. This aura. I didn't expect her to awaken this special power. He leapt forward and hugged Lai Na Tin tightly. This is just her chi being overly disordered. I'm an imperial lord from the immortal realm and have taught countless disciples. This trivial matter is nothing. Let me handle it personally. Tabak raised the myriad soul fan high and shouted, Unfurl! Immediately, a stream of azure mystic energy poured from the weapon. He placed his hand on Na Tin's back and began channeling chi into her body to guide the chaotic energy. Do it right and the effect is double while costing half the effort. The two of them hovered in midair, bathed entirely in blue light, leaving Lam Yuyan Thursday stunned, her eyes wide. Why did this eerie scene feel so familiar? An image flashed in her mind of someone just like her wearing a pink halter. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Master, why is there? She pressed her lips together, a sudden pang of jealousy passing through her. As Lai Na Tin's feet touched the ground, Tabak quickly removed his cloak and gently draped it over her. He said to her in a low voice, Ms. Lai, what you just said will become reality now. Use that special power to punish those bastards properly. The bird person sneered contemptuously. You plan to use that trick to scare who? Let's see which of you here can stop me. After saying that, it confidently turned to fly away. Na Tin glared and shouted, Your wings are broken. Fall to the ground right now. As soon as her words left her mouth, small bolts of electricity flashed and wrapped around the bird's entire body. It went rigid midair, unable to move even an inch, then fell like a stone in free fall to the ground. His face showed extreme bewilderment. What is happening? Why can't my wings move all of a sudden? What kind of nonsense is this? There was a single thud as its neck slammed hard into the ground, the sound ringing out all around. Van was astonished and blurted out, "What kind of domineering power is this?" Lai Na Tin nodded seriously. "Yes, my ability is that whatever I say becomes true. My words now are truth, objective reality." She looked at Tabak with deep gratitude. "Of course, thanks to your patient guidance, too, I was able to grasp this ability quickly." Tabak paid no mind to the praise and immediately signaled, "Old Min, quickly chop that bird person to death, and remind Ms. Lai to hurry and save her father." Na Tin nodded and softly replied, The Soulbone Shadow Commander was brimming with momentum. He gripped his club with both hands and raised it high, saying smugly, "This is the true power of my Golden Core realm. Are you scared now?" With that, he smashed down hard, crushing the bird skeleton. Everything was finally over. Tabak shouted, "Fan!" Instantly, chains shot out from the skull, binding the bird person's body and beginning the process of absorbing its soul. Tahao Kiet watched from afar, horrified. Damn, he really has real skill. He even defeated a mutated bird person. But at least, fortunately, the people in the warehouse are probably all dead. This mission isn't a total failure. After the Myriad Soul fan finished absorbing, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for slaying a commanding grade creature. The Myriad Soul fan has leveled up. Current realm, Truck Co-Stage. Myriad Soul fan level, 5. Number of commanding grade spirits controllable, 2 out of 2. Number of common spirits, 0/30. Inside the Myriad Soul fan, the bird kept complaining, "I was a famed mutated bird, and now I'm trapped in this corner?" The Soulbone Shadow Commander tried to placate it. "Consider it lucky to become a spirit within your lord's fan. Serve your lord well." Tabak coldly asked into the Myriad Soul fan, "Is there any way to neutralize that toxin?" The bird, still sullen, merely snorted. The Soulbone Shadow Commander wrapped its head hard and shouted, "Ha! You insolent thing. The Lord asked you and you dare not answer? Snort all you want. I'll pull your bones out for stew." Overwhelmed, the bird rubbed the bump on its head and reluctantly replied, "I will directly suck out the toxin. The poison will naturally dissipate." Lai Na Tin ran up the wooden stairs like the wind. When she reached the spot and thrust the door open, she saw her father lying motionless on the floor, his hands clasped over his chest. Without hesitation, she squeezed her eyes shut and cried out loudly, "Push all the poison out of Lai Chin Hao's body immediately." But even though the words were spoken, her father remained motionless, not stirring at all. Na Tin's face went dark, her eyes widened, and she fell to her knees on the floor. Black blood suddenly spurted from her mouth. She tried to cover her mouth with her hand to stop it. Tabak stepped inside and coldly told her, "This truth-speaking power of yours is strong, but it requires extremely high spiritual force and strength to bear. Overexerting like this will at best cause you to faint on the spot, at worst severely damage your spinal cord and bones, or even kill you."
Làm nguyên thu hurit over to help nhà tình úp.
Tabak stated firmly, "This time you only coughed up blood. Consider yourself lucky. If you force yourself like that again next time, you won't survive it." He glanced at the Myriad Soul fan and ordered, "Bird person, deal with it quickly. If he dies, be prepared to dissipate with him." The bird replied in panic, "Yes, yes, I'll do it right away." It flew straight to Lai Chin Hao, laid its wings over his nose, and began drawing that stream of blue qi out of his mouth. When it finished, it wiped its brow and reported, "This toxin has set in too long. I can only keep him alive. I can't be certain when he will wake up." Na Tin, eyes brimming with tears, ran up and cupped her father's face, calling, "Father, please wake up, father." Tabak stood behind, calculating silently. If this old man doesn't wake up soon and the trail to the spirit stone remains unclear, what will they do? Lam Yuyan Thursday stepped closer and softly called, "Master." She immediately corrected herself awkwardly. Ah no, Tabak. I just sensed a very strong energy in Mr. Lee's hand. Her cheeks flushed. Covering her mouth, she thought to herself, how strange. Why have I been calling him master without thinking lately? What exactly is my relationship with Tabak? Ignoring that, Tabak gently lifted Lai Chin-Hao's hand and saw something shining inside. He was astonished and exclaimed, isn't this an upper-grade spirit stone? In this world utterly depleted of spiritual qi, how could such an upper-grade spirit stone exist? He took it and placed it into Lam Yuyan Thursday's hand. Lam Yuyan Thursday gripped the spirit stone tightly and closed her eyes to sense it. In an instant, a swirl of azure qi radiated from her palm around her body. When she opened her eyes, a strange light flashed, visible only to her. She turned and pointed confidently. Tabak, I can sense these stones are coming from that direction. They're only about 2 to 3 miles away. Tabak nodded decisively. Let's go east. He turned and set off. Lai Na Tin looked at her father lying motionless and said apologetically, Tabak, I must stay to care for my father. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. It's fine. Tabak continued on, but after only a few steps, Van held up her hand to block him. Wait a moment. She wore an extremely predatory smile, her fingers sliding across his firm chest. Your name is Tabak, right? You still remember the promise you made to me before, don't you? He glanced at her coldly, wanting to borrow the item in his hand for a bit. Was she? Van nodded vigorously like chopping wood, not wanting to waste any more precious time. Tabak tossed the myriad soul fan to her. Here, take it. She quickly snatched it up, pretending to inspect it carefully, though her eyes actually gleamed with scheming calculations. How could Tabak be so unwary as to lend her his weapon so easily? If she could siphon spiritual power directly from it, her strength would skyrocket. Whatever. She curled her lips in satisfaction, thinking her plan was about to succeed. She'd absorb first and deal with the consequences later. Van began cultivating, attempting to draw spiritual power from the myriad soul fan. Her body started to emit faint lights, strands of radiance swirling around her. But before long, her eyes suddenly widened to their fullest. She let out a painful gasp. One knee buckled to the floor with a loud clack. Fortunately, she used the myriad soul fan to brace herself and didn't fall flat to the ground. Her face showed utter bewilderment. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened to her. Her special ability had been completely nullified by whatever was in his hand, and it even backfired on her. Tabak knew exactly what was going on, but pretended ignorance. He generously produced the Tan Fuang Gam sword and asked her, Are you truly scared now? Or do you want to try this one as well? Van hurriedly stood up and returned the myriad soul fan, trying to act nonchalant. Ahem, Tabak's weapon is truly very strange. She paused as if pondering. It really is formidable. But inwardly her brows were tightly furrowed and her gaze icy. She recalled this sword having once cleaved a mutated bird in two. Definitely not an ordinary item. Yet he had willingly handed it to her. Is he really that confident? She told herself that a delicacy had been placed before her mouth, too wasteful not to take. She snatched the sword. Whatever. I'm not convinced this thing is as tame as the other one. She brandished the sword and began to cultivate, attempting to draw out its spiritual power. But immediately an image of a majestic fire phoenix erupted into her mind, draining the color from her face from sheer strain. The consequence followed at once. She collapsed to her knees. This time it was worse than before. Her face flushed and she spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Van looked at Tabak in utter confusion. What on earth were his weapons? First countless souls, now a legendary phoenix. What kind of person was he? What was his true power? Tabak's mouth tilted into a smile. Her ability was to absorb a weapon's soul. That kind was fairly common in his old world. But unfortunately, the Tan Fuang Gam sword was a divine-grade weapon, while the myriad soul fan was bestowed by the system and far surpassed ordinary divine weapons. Besides, she had only reached the peak of the truck co-stage. Having no choice, Van awkwardly returned the sword and offered a flattering remark. Tabak's divine weapon truly lives up to its reputation. Seeing she had some ability but that he was not yet at his fullest strength, Tabak seriously proposed, "Come with me. Any weapons we seize along the way will be yours." Van asked in surprise, "Really?" Without waiting for his answer, she arrogantly strode out the door and added teasingly, "All right then. You'd better not change your mind." But the bird person inside the myriad soul fan remained deeply disgruntled, yelling, "You old fox. I can't believe you even stole back that girl's spirit energy." The Soulbone Shadow Commander sneered proudly, "Ha ha. I did all this for my great lord. Watch and learn." He transformed into a beam of light and flew out to report, "My lord, I managed to siphon a bit more spiritual power from that girl for you. Heh. This will surely help you break through." Tabak nodded in approval. "Well done. From now on, whenever we encounter any spirit with abundant chi, I'll let you fully enjoy it." After receiving that stream of spiritual power, the system instantly announced, "Current realm, Advanced Truck Company." Tabak smiled with inner satisfaction. Having cut down a peak truck co while still mid-truck co, and now rising to Advanced Truck Co, the Golden Core realm hardly mattered to him anymore. Stepping outside, he said his final words to the veterans. "Captain Tu will part ways here." Tu Truong Tan declared firmly, "Lord Tabak, rest assured. We will protect Teacher Lai and the remaining survivors here." At that moment, his two subordinates were hurriedly helping people onto armored vehicles to leave. The scene abruptly shifted to a magnificent, grand mansion. A group of people dressed entirely in black, looking like professional bodyguards, stood resolutely holding back the horde of zombies that were trying to advance. "Master, what are we supposed to do now? We can't possibly break out." A man in a suit standing next to a panicked woman screamed as he witnessed someone being torn apart by the zombies. "Old no, uncle no, uncle no." But no matter how strong a living person might be, how could they stand against this relentless swarm of undead? The outcome, who would win or lose, was painfully obvious. Unable to bear the grisly sight any longer, the father and daughter squeezed their eyes shut. The father held his daughter tightly, half reproaching, half pleading. "Our Kai family spent 100 years of toil to reach this pinnacle of wealth, and now we must face this apocalyptic horror? Please, someone save the Kai family. Please save my poor daughter." Suddenly, a dark figure shot in from nowhere at lightning speed, like thunder cracking through the sky. In a single fleeting instant, gleaming slashes tore through the surrounding space, spraying blood and viscera like a sudden downpour. When the figure stopped directly behind them, the zombies were either ripped in half or cleaved into scattered pieces. A surviving guard cried out in joy, "Master, it's someone with a special ability." The father stared in astonishment and exclaimed, "So fierce, like a war god descended. Sister, we're so lucky. We've been saved. You really saved our lives." A man in purple approached the pair and gently called, "Phi Tuet. Long time no see. Are you well?" The father asked in surprise, "Tuet Ni, do you two already know each other?" Phi Tuet suddenly felt deeply awkward. "No, father. I'm not acquainted with him at all. Yet why does he feel so strangely familiar?" He stepped closer and lightly patted the girl's head. "I'm your senior brother. And you are little Tuet, my most adorable junior sister. Haven't you forgotten?" She stammered in response. "Senior sister?" At that moment, memories from her past life surged into Phi Tuet's mind. Everything became vividly clear, and of course Tabak was an inseparable part of it. Her eyes flew wide, her pupils contracting in horror as she blurted, "Master!" She then bowed her head and whispered, "Senior brother." She lifted her head with a radiant smile and controlled the gold coins floating around her, a firm sign that her memories had truly returned. The senior brother saw the swirling coins and nodded in approval. "Little Tuet, congratulations. Both your memories and your abilities have been fully restored. But this is not the time for celebration." She gazed at the coins and gave a soft nod. After a quick survey of their surroundings, she waved her hand and the gold coins shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant golden barrier appeared, completely blocking the zombies encircling them. With everything settled, she followed her senior brother, reminding the father one last time. "Father, we must part here. I have something urgent to do with my senior brother. Do not leave the space protected by these coins. Those zombies cannot enter inside." A red clog was set down on the rough, chaotic road. That was Phi Tuet's foot. She stood in the middle of the road, arms spread wide, face upturned to the gloomy sky, breathing the murky yet fresher air compared to the deep underground. Her senior brother beside her warned at once. "Now is truly not the time for you to reminisce. If we cannot eliminate the master soon, this world will become exponentially worse." Hearing those words, Phi Tuet's gaze turned icy, and a cruel smile appeared on her lips. "Master? The master I've respected and loved all this time. How could you commit such monstrous deeds? If you're truly not dead, then my senior brother and I will have to slay you for the greater good." Her senior brother continued. "The master is surely heading for that mobile location now. We must be faster than him. Get the spirit stone first. Then together we will kill him." The scene abruptly cut back to Hao Kiet. His face had darkened. The recent mission had failed disastrously. Failure is a word that does not exist in my dictionary. He curled a lip in a smile, though tension was plain on his features. "As long as I kill Tabak, the master will hand that precious thing over to me. Now I'll return to my own world." Along the way, villagers were being torn apart by zombies, screaming in agony. "Hey, please save me. People with special abilities. Please help." But the group strode past coldly, showing no intention of helping. Witnessing the tragic scene, Yuan Thursday grabbed Tabak's hand and asked anxiously, "Tabak, are we really not going to help them?" On Van cut her off icily. "How naive. If we kept saving them, we'd never finish. With the apocalypse upon us, increasing our own strength must be the top priority." After the group had left the city far behind, Yuan Thursday suddenly pointed ahead and urged, "Tabak, we only need to travel about 10 more miles to reach the source of that stone." Tabak immediately ordered decisively, "Everyone, speed up. Do not let any unexpected incidents occur." Suddenly Yuan Thursday's face tightened with tension and she shouted a warning. "Tabak, an extremely powerful stream of spiritual energy is approaching us." No sooner had she spoken than Hao Kiet arrived with his rabble of soldiers, their momentum thundering. He jerked the reins and his horse halted abruptly. The horse reared on its hind legs and neighed loudly. He was the first to speak. "Greetings, Tabak. You cold-bloodedly slaughtered my 3 generals and now intend to leave as if nothing happened? That won't go unpunished." Tabak's brows knit and his eyes turned razor-sharp. A subordinate beside him cried out in panic, "We're done for. It's the master himself. I can't believe he's come personally." The Soulbone Shadow Commander snapped at him irritably. "What master are you talking about? Our only master now is Lord Tabak. Understand, you idiot." Tabak gave a sneering smile. "What? You lot are frightened just from seeing him?" His 2 underlings hurriedly protested. "No, not at all. Absolutely not. Master, give the order. We are ready to obey immediately." Tabak nodded and decisively ordered, "All right, you 2 go probe his strength for me." He raised the myriad soul fan and began summoning the wraiths to battle. At the command, the Soulbone Shadow Commander skated across the ground and launched forward, followed closely by the bird people. Hao Kiet squeezed his eyes shut, pushed his glasses up, and curled his lips into a smug smile. Yes, truly people who don't know their limits. He opened his eyes wide and the space around Tabak's 2 underlings went utterly dark. Rocks underfoot crumbled into fragments, startling the pair into halting in panic. He gave a cold laugh and scolded, "Have you dried up kings and birdfolk already forgotten my teachings? And now you dare raise blades against me?" The group sat motionless on the floating rock amid the gloomy sky. Tabak warned in a low voice, "This one's mental power is extremely formidable, can scramble our minds. Everyone quickly plug your ears tight." Foan Van showed no hesitation at all. She lunged straight at the opponent and shouted, "What's the big deal? Take another blow from me." Hao Kiet bared his teeth in a dangerous grin. His eyes flashed with strange silvery light. How could such a beautiful girl be so rude? At the sound of that voice, Foan Van suddenly went pale with fear. She immediately dropped to her knees. Then she sat down, rubbing her eyes continuously and wailing pitifully. Mother! No, mother! Don't leave me, mother! Tabak looked at the skull on his weapon and asked in puzzlement. Old Min, he can even create illusions? Through his dry eye sockets, Min Kat Am Kwan replied. Master, this man's entire body is filled with illusion arrays to control the mind. His voice, his gaze, even the smallest pores on that woman. Having fully grasped the opponent's ability, Tabak gave a slight smile. Mind control is indeed a terrible power, but completely blocking it is not impossible. Tabak immediately switched to combat mode. He moved his arms continuously, creating trailing afterimages as if preparing to trigger a special skill. He shut his eyes and his whole body became wrapped in a blazing red vitality like fire, his veins bulging fiercely, looking terrifying. Tahao Kiet stood there smugly, watching. Are you trying to seal off all your senses? If so, what will you use to fight me? At the same time, Tabak drew his sword and instantly ignited fierce flames along its blade. He had truly gathered the necessary power. He swung hard and unleashed a raging blaze forward. You should take care of yourself first. The fire surged forward, swallowing Tahao Kiet's form completely. Both his horse and the little dry-skulled followers with him were consumed by the sea of flames. From inside the roaring blaze, Tahao Kiet screamed wildly as if writhing in unbearable pain. But Tabak's gaze did not waver. It grew sharper than ever, as if seeing through all manufactured illusions. A second later, the flames vanished completely, leaving smoke and a shadowy figure. Tahao Kiet had slipped free somehow. He stuck out his tongue and taunted Tabak. Ha ha! You can't catch me. I faced those outdated moves too many times, nothing special. Do you think sealing the senses will render me powerless? He raised his hand and ordered decisively, form the formation at once. The dry-boned corpses lunged forward and surrounded Tabak's group tight in the center. Suddenly, Lam Yuyan Thursday collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in pain as if struck by a hammer. Foan Van continued to sit beside her, crying pitifully. A moment later, Yuyan Thursday also fell under the illusion. She grabbed on Van and cried out, My child, my child! She trembled and spoke in a fearful voice. Mother! Don't leave me, mother! Please! Even Min Kat Am Kwan couldn't withstand the mental pressure. He clutched his head in agony. Master, we've truly entered his territory. He's prepared everything here. It's hard to avoid his mental control. As soon as he finished speaking, Tabak's eyes widened to their limits, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. At that moment, the image of himself diligently cultivating, suspended midair, appeared vividly on the ground below. The exquisitely beautiful female disciples looked up at him, smiling gently as they called out with affection, Master! Seeing Tabak stand motionless with no reaction, Tahao Kiet threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, Tabak! No matter how extraordinary your strength, when you face me you are doomed to a crushing defeat. He frowned, malice showing in his eyes and a smirk at his lips. Let me see what the deepest illusion in your heart truly hides. In that illusion, Tabak was diligently training his disciples, among them one who would later order Hao Kiet to do everything possible to kill him. Remember this, every smallest detail must be absolutely perfect. A hair's breadth of error and you're off by miles. Do you understand? Yes, honored master. Witnessing this, Tahao Kiet was stunned, sweat streaming down his cheeks. What the hell is this? He panicked. Isn't this my beloved Lord? The Lord is actually a disciple of that man. Ugh, what kind of figure is Tabak really? Why would the Lord want to kill his own master like this? Before he could recover from his shock, Tabak's cold face suddenly swung around to look at him, making him start and recoil in terror. Tabak's mouth curved into a smile. Finished gawking?
So a tham van binh closet lucky.
Tahao Kiet scrambled backward in panic, stammering. You still have independent consciousness in here? Tabak didn't bother answering. He lowered his head, his gaze as cold as blades. He gave a chilling snort and the sword in his hand suddenly flared with brilliant flames. Without another word, Tabak immediately unleashed the third form of the Fuang Gam sword, the mirror-breaking strike, slicing straight at his opponent. Instantly, Tao Kiet's body peeled away like old paper in large flakes. Thanks to that blow, Tabak easily shattered the fabricated illusion. Did you think I was merely swinging my sword? I didn't strike you. I struck your illusion. Saying that, he stepped forward and pressed the cold blade to the enemy's throat. Tabak asked icily, "You've tried to violate me many times. Was all of this done for Tam Van Bin alone?" He thought inwardly that all the hidden schemes behind this were pulled by Tam Van Bin. Tam Van Bin, I treated you like my own, yet you secretly betrayed me. Despite his perilous situation, Tao Kiet showed no fear and instead smiled arrogantly. From behind, the little dry-skulled minion screamed and rushed straight toward Tabak. The noise made him glance over briefly, then he quickly spun and cleaved them in two with his sword. Seizing the rare opportunity, Tao Kiet stuck out his tongue and darted away at terrifying speed, laughing proudly. "Ha ha! Even if you broke my illusion, so what? You still can't catch me." Having reached a safe distance, he clawed at the ground with a foot and one hand to skid to a stop, while his other hand quickly produced some strange object from his person. He raised it high and tiny sparks flashed around it. "I don't rely on this illusion alone to rampage across the world. You know, killing the master's master? Just the thought of it thrills me." As he spoke, he continuously launched razor-sharp iron darts forward. Tabak calmly asked, "Old Min, have you all discovered his weakness yet?" Min Kadam Kwan immediately responded at once. "Yes, we have understood everything clearly." Tabak curled his lips in a sly smile. "Well done. Now hand over all of his soul fragments to you for processing." After saying that, he summoned Min Kadam Kwan and the Birdman, ordering them to rush in and attack the enemy. Tao Kiet didn't back down either. He kept waving his fan and launched countless razor-sharp metal darts from within it. "You lot think you can fight me? Go back and train for another few hundred years." He laughed with great relish. Min Kadam Kwan swung his mace and knocked all those darts aside. You, Tao Kiet. How dare your dog eyes look down on me?" The Birdman was no slouch either. It used its wings to block the entire volley. "It's only been 3 days, but I'm already very different. You must start seeing me differently." Tao Kiet widened his eyes, startled by this surging momentum. After stopping that attack, the two immediately charged in, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He looked at Min Kadam Kwan in astonishment and asked, "Drybone King, you've actually broken through to the Golden Core realm? How can that be?" The Birdman slashed down with its razor-like talons. "That's all thanks to following the master. I even get 6 meals a day now." Min Kadam Kwan swung his mace hard and added, "So what if I reached Golden Core?" Facing those 2 consecutive attacks, Tao Kiet had to use his fan to defend. But in this 1-against-2 situation, he gradually fell into a weak position. Tabak's 2 junior disciples triumphantly shouted, "Surrender immediately. Tao Kiet, you're simply no match for our wise master." Despite struggling desperately to defend himself, he still tried to smile arrogantly. "Yeah, truly an overconfident little man. I currently have a protective treasure in my hand. Killing me isn't going to be that easy, is it?" He poured all his strength into a fierce counterattack, hurling the 2 dozens of meters away, and let out a horrific roar. "Get out of my sight!" Knowing he couldn't hold out much longer, Tao Kiet quickly turned to flee. "Damn it! I concede this time, just wait and see." But Foan Van wouldn't let him escape so easily. She leapt forward, swinging her wooden staff with great force. "Trying to run, are you?" When she reached him, she struck a powerful blow to his arm, making him cry out in agonizing pain. The fan in his hand was knocked loose, spinning a full 360 degrees through the air, and finally landed neatly into her hands. Truly unbelievably cool. Tao Kiet writhed on the ground, screaming in excruciating pain. Without hesitation, Foan Van closed her eyes and raised the fan to her chest, beginning to absorb its spiritual energy. A tremendous surge of energy rushed into her body, filling her with exhilaration. When she was finished, she casually released the fan and let it fall to the ground in front of its owner. Tao Kiet scrambled over in a panic and hurriedly picked up the fan, trying desperately to reactivate it. But the object now lay inert, showing no response. He shouted in alarm. Why is my fan completely unresponsive now? The girl paid him no mind. She coldly delivered a straight kick to his face, shouting, Die! Take another hit from me. After that thunderous kick, his glasses shattered. His jaw was knocked crooked, and blood sprayed from his nose and mouth as he groaned in agony. With everything done, she turned back, her face alight with joy, and called out to the rear. Tabak, thank you so much for this treasure slate of yours. It's really excellent. Seizing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, the two lackeys charged at Kiet like lightning, one swinging a sword, the other bringing down a mace, both shouting in earth-shattering unison. Prepare to die! After the effective blow, Min Kadam Kwan hefted his battered body and sneered mockingly, Master's prey, I'm about to devour your soul clean. But before he could act, the Birdman lunged in to contest it, growling angrily. You old fox, you dare take a piece of me? Didn't you already have your fill? M. Kwan immediately raised a hand to stop him and barked, Scram, scram, you just arrived here. What are you claiming? Neither would yield. They crashed heads fiercely in the midst of the battlefield. The old bird threatened, Let me feast first, or I'll cut you in two. M. Kwan retorted haughtily at once. What boastful nonsense? If you're so capable, come at me. I'm terribly afraid of you, really. Not wanting to waste any more precious time on this pointless quarrel, Tabak stepped forward and commanded decisively, You two each take half. Hearing the secret order, both immediately ceased fighting, saluted in perfect unison and replied, We obey, master. Returning to the prey, Min Kot M. Kwan murmured, How could the master know Kiet's weakness so well? The Birdman nodded in agreement. This new master is much smarter than Kiet. I'd better obey if I value my life. Paying no further attention to trivialities, they transformed Kiet's body into streams of blue light and absorbed them entirely into themselves. After devouring the soul, their eyes flashed with brilliant intelligence. The flavor is truly fragrant. It feels like I've vaguely touched mid-stage golden core. The taste was exquisite to the extreme. They exclaimed with delight, then turned respectfully to Tabak and said, Master, Kiet's spiritual power is truly abundant. We cannot bear to monopolize it all and wish to offer you a portion. The Birdman hurriedly added, Me too, me too. They chattered as they transferred a portion of refined spiritual power to him. Tabak thanked them lightly but declined the gift. The system suddenly announced, Current realm, Peak Truck Co., Myriad Soul Fan Level 5, Controllable Leader Level Phantoms, 2 halves, Common Phantoms, 0/30. He looked at the weapon in his hand and thought, Although the Myriad Soul Fan hasn't leveled up, my realm has made significant progress. Once I find a suitable spirit beast to break through to Golden Core, it will only be a matter of time. He reached his hand into the spirit space, his eyes suddenly lighting up in astonishment as he exclaimed, Ha! I didn't expect to touch it so soon. This is wonderful. The scene shifted to a lush green mountain, verdant with plants and rolling peaks surrounding it like a painted landscape. A familiar voice spoke, Senior brother, is this definitely the place? It's Phi Tuet. I can sense the spiritual energy inside is extremely dense.
Tham van bình nốt đét, sao điên so mewak ir.
Let's hurry inside. Any delay could bring unnecessary trouble. He squinted as if sensing something and murmured, That brat Kiet seems to have completely lost all life. Humph, acting recklessly on his own ended up costing me another great general. Master, you truly are as formidable as ever. The two siblings slowly advanced deeper into the dark cave. He pointed to the cave ceiling and explained, They've been foolishly mining scattered spirit stones from the cliff face, unaware that the core of this spirit cavern is actually a spirit spring. Before them, a torrent of spiritual energy was roaring down from above like a waterfall. Phi Tuet spread her arms excitedly and exclaimed, The spirit spring is so dense. Training here even a single day might allow one to break through an entire major realm. Tam Van Bin added, I've already found 3 clues for spirit caverns like this. Suddenly she heard a strange sound from outside. Her gaze turned cold toward it as she warned, Senior brother, It seems someone is coming from outside. He confidently reassured his sister. Don't worry. You forgot I'm the best at illusion techniques, didn't you? Having said that, he laughed complacently, waved toward the cave entrance, and a wisp of alternating white and black smoke began to spread thickly. Inside, voices arguing suddenly rang out loudly. Hey, you there! How dare you brazenly steal my spirit stones? Stop lying. It's obvious you stole from me. Do you want to die? Tabak's group was now standing right in front of the cave entrance.
Lam Nguyên Thu boldly pointed inside.
Tabak is in there. The spiritual energy is flowing very thickly. He observed the cave mouth for a moment, then ordered, Let's go inside the cavern. As they entered, Lam Yuan Thursday began to survey the surroundings. She noticed the cliff walls were full of hollows. The spirit stones appeared to have been completely removed, but the spiritual energy in the cave remained unusually dense. Tabak concluded, It's very possible that a spirit spring exists here. Yuan Thursday, lead us toward where the spiritual energy is thickest. She nodded.
Yes, Mr. Toback.
Foan Van glanced at him and thought to herself, what exactly is a spirit spring? But judging by his expression, it must be something incredibly valuable.
Mình cốt quân Kalanjet his feet accidentally.
There's a spirit spring here too? Oh man. This time I'll definitely advance 2 minor realms in a row. Worth it. The bird person happily bobbed his head. Ever since meeting my master, good things just keep coming. Caw-caw. After walking a short distance, they came upon an intense scuffle. The cloaked man shouted, That divine weapon is mine. Don't you dare try to take it from me. The other snarled back, That divine cudgel is mine, you damn bastard. Foan Van immediately recognized them as Thiat Tai and Dong Thoai. She explained to Tabak, Thiat Tai and Dong Thoai were the first people discovered with special abilities. Just as their names suggest, their arms and legs are as hard as steel. Once they even withstood rocket fire without a scratch. He narrowed his eyes seriously. If that's the case, their realms seem to be above mine. Lam Yuan Thursday pointed at a dry branch stuck in the ground and asked curiously, Are they fighting over that walking stick? It looks like a piece of rotten wood. Why fight so brutally over it? Foan Van concluded at once. Clearly these two have fallen into an illusion, but whoever could make both of them fall into such a deep illusion must be an extraordinary expert. Yuan Thursday pointed further into the cave and called out, Mr. Tabak, there's an extremely dense stream of spiritual force deeper inside. But then her voice lowered, thoughtful. However, I feel that scent of energy is somewhat familiar, in a very strange way. He smirked inwardly. Familiar? Huh? Looks like my guess was right. The one quietly absorbing the spirit spring inside is none other than my traitorous rival. The two fighting noticed people approaching and immediately alerted each other. Hey, someone's nearby. I feel uncomfortable. Maybe we should just deal with them. A crew-cut guy nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Lam Yuan Thursday was a bit frightened and stepped back to hide behind Tabak. By contrast, Foan Van glowed with confidence. Ha! After absorbing that treasure slab, my power is surging with nowhere to vent. Leave these two to me. With that, she charged straight at the two opponents, and in an instant they were locked into razor-sharp close combat. Soon, Thiat Tai used his iron hand to seize her wooden staff and sneered arrogantly. This girl actually has some skill, huh? Dong Thoai also realized. She's using a wooden staff. Seems to be the legendary king of weapons. Thiat Tai curled his lip in contempt. He turned and with an elbow casually smashed her staff to splinters, mocking. So that's all the skill you've got? Foan Van's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? Before she could steady herself, Dong Thoai leaped over his companion and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. The blow made her cry out in pain and sent her body flying backward. She gritted her teeth, face contorted in pain. She tried to endure. His kick was so strong it seemed to have shattered all her tendons. She thought to herself, these two have truly progressed far beyond me. Fortunately, Tabak quickly spread his arms and caught her before she could collapse to the ground. Without hesitation, he summoned his two subordinates and gave a firm order. I'll stay here to treat her wounds. You two go deal with those two. Upon receiving the order, Min Kot Am Kwan swung his arm, preparing a lethal blow, while the bird person produced several more clones to assist from different directions. No matter how powerful the old man's attack was, Thiat Tai could still easily block it. One of the bird person's clones resorted to its old trick, letting out ear-piercing cries to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. At the same time, Tabak tore open the fabric obstructing the treatment and warned sternly, "I'll help you restore your tendons and veins, but this process may be a bit painful." Foan Van was completely exhausted now. She closed her eyes and surrendered her body to him without protest. He raised 2 fingers and used a technique that made his arm emit a bluish light all around. When finished, he gently placed his hand on her. The blue aura turned into tiny electric sparks that flowed directly into her body. The excruciating pain made her break out in a sweat and moan loudly, yet inwardly she thought, "This spiritual energy is so pure, warm, and incredibly pleasant. That's right, my tendons are actually being healed. What kind of divine fellow is this guy, anyway?" Lam Yuyan Thursday, standing beside them, blushed, pressed her lips together, and a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. She clenched her hands against her body, looked forward, and murmured, "Mr. Tabak, you're trapped with another woman again. When will it be my turn?" Thiat Tai looked up, frowning with annoyance. "That damned bird is making too much noise. Dong Tho Ai, kill it for me quickly." Hearing that, Dong Tho Ai stamped his foot hard, causing the ground to crack open in chunks. In an instant, his legs unnaturally elongated. He delivered a kick that smashed the skeleton of the bird person clone flying above. Thiat Tai broke into a delighted grin. "Now the world is quiet again. You pests are about to die. Haha." With that, he threw an extremely powerful punch straight into Min Kot Am Kwan's abdomen, sending the old man flying. The old man cried out in panic. "This brat is so strong. How can I not beat him?" On the other side, the bird person used its long beak as a weapon and lunged at the enemy. But Dong Tho Ai quickly stepped back to dodge, then smashed down with his foot. In one blow, the bird person's skeleton was shattered to pieces. It widened its eyes in terror. Are all the special ability people here really this strong? Min Kot Am Kwan continued to endure a series of rapid punches. Bones cracked and popped as he wailed miserably, "Oh no! My skeletal joints are about to break." The bird person refused to give up, deftly evading Dong Tho Ai's flurry of kicks, then triumphantly shouted, "You can't touch me, because I have wings." The commotion echoed deep into the cave. Phi Tuet, hearing it, said worriedly, "Senior brother, there's a huge fight outside, and I have a very familiar feeling about that energy."
Thẩm Vân Bình smiled. Ice Cone.
"That's our beloved master. Our master." Phi Tuet nodded with a sly tone. "Then we must quickly break through no matter what." After finishing the treatment, Tabak helped Foan Van back onto the ground. At the same time, his 2 subordinates were also hurled violently into the rocky wall behind them.
Minh cốt âm quân lamented. Master. Chuli Paulet.
The bird person painfully suggested, "Master, maybe we should flee quickly. We can't take them down." Thiat Tai tilted his head, cracked his knuckles with a rasping sound, and spoke arrogantly, "That so-called king of weapons, you've fallen so far. How did you end up in such a pathetic state?" Dong Tho Ai interrupted irritably, "Why keep talking and tiring yourself out? Kill them all and be done with it." Foan Van cried out in panic, "Tabak, let's run." Their strength has grown to an unpredictable level. Suddenly Dong Tho Ai snorted with contempt, "Humph! With a tattered sword like that you think you can stop me? One kick from me and it'll snap instantly." He then launched a direct kick at the sword in Tabaka's hand. But the blade flashed with a strange light and gently sliced off his legs. Dong Tho Ai's eyes bulged as he clutched his bloodied leg and screamed, "Ah, my leg!" Thiat Tai broke out in cold sweat, stammering incoherently. Min Kot Am Kwan and the bird person cheered excitedly. "Master is wise. The sword is truly a divine weapon. Even those with iron limbs will be wounded. Master, your might is unparalleled." Despite the agony, Dong Tho Ai tried to hop on his remaining leg and roared, "I admit I've lost, but if I want to flee, no one in this world can stop me." Tabak gave a cold smile, produced a rope from his spirit space, and said confidently, Is that so? He tossed the rope, which seemed to have a will of its own, and it quickly coiled tightly around Dong Thoi from every direction. He lost his balance and fell to the ground with a pained grunt. Dong Thoi thrashed wildly, pouring all his strength into escaping, but the rope did not budge an inch. TT cursed under his breath. Damn it! What's happening? Did I hit an iron wall? Foan Van was stunned. His leg strength must be tons of force. Yet he couldn't break free from a thin rope, not giving him another chance to rampage. Tabak wrapped the excess rope around his hand and pulled hard, tightening it further around the man's body. Dong Thoi sweated profusely, screamed miserably as his body was constricted to the point of suffocation. Tabak said coldly, "This is the rope I used to tie oxen. Using it to bind you today is generous enough." Foan Van asked in alarm, "What kind of ox needs such a sturdy rope to be tied?" TT, witnessing Dong Thoi immobilized by the tight rope, stared in disbelief and blurted, "Are you kidding me?" A hazy image flashed through Lam Yuan Thursday's mind of Tabak leading a Thong Thien Mangu, a divine beast of legendary renown. This is the Immortal's punishment rope. Yes, it must be the Immortal's punishment rope, no doubt. She frowned, closed her eyes, and her thoughts became tangled. Where did this memory come from? What on earth is happening? Dong Thoi, realizing escape was unlikely, quickly roared in response. "If you have the guts, untie this damned rope and let's have a proper fight." Tabak paid no heed to such vain words. He swung his sword, cleaving him in two, then coldly ordered, "Lao Min, bird person, swallow his soul for me." The two subordinates hurried over to Dong Thoi's body, faces alight with excitement yet tinged with self-reproach. Were truly useless, they needed Master to land a single move to decide the outcome. Following the Master was the greatest decision of our entire lives. The bird person interjected, "Shut up. Don't make us look worse. That line should have come from me." After splitting his soul in two, they began to ravenously absorb it. This soul was nearly at the foundation establishment stage, delicious. They cheered to follow this new master. 8 meals a day, what a treat. Foan Van stared at Tabak, thinking to herself, what kind of ability has this Tabak unlocked? How can he be this powerful? TT broke into a sweat, his nose running from the stress. That rope was unbelievably formidable. The sword in his hand was no less strange, completely unbeatable. There was no way he could defeat him. Realizing his situation was hopeless, TT slowly approached Tabak, then suddenly fell to his knees, clasped his hands and pleaded miserably, "I truly failed to see Mount Tai with my own eyes. Please forgive me. The Thong Thien staff that Dong Thoi and I fought over, I now give it to you." Tabak glanced at him and said coldly as ice, "Actually, I preferred your earlier arrogant, carefree expression." As TT had just risen, Tabak looked toward the wooden staff they had been fighting over earlier. He flinched, hurriedly picked it up with a displeased look. "Is this really my Thong Thien staff?" Tabak calmly explained, "You were all trapped in someone else's illusion. This is not the Thong Thien staff at all. It's just a rotten wooden stick." Thiet T, furious, hurled the wooden stick to the ground and shouted, "Who the hell dared to put an illusion on us?" Tabak pointed deeper into the cave. "The one who cast the illusion is in there. Go break that wall." Hearing the suggestion, Thiet T spun around and launched a series of powerful combos at the rock wall. The reverberating noise was heard clearly by Phi Tuet inside. She muttered, "It seems our beloved master has succeeded in subduing those two louts." Tam Van Ben smirked with sly delight. "After absorbing that soul spring, I've officially surpassed the foundation establishment stage. They were hard to deal with before, but now I can snap those two necks like butchering chickens." Before long, the rock wall was punched through completely. Fragments of stone flew everywhere. At that moment, the two inside had just finished tidying their clothes. Tabak, too lazy to act personally, goaded Thiet T. "They were the ones who created the illusion. Go kill them." Thiet T, bloodthirsty, charged at Tam Van Ben, preparing a triumphant punch. "I don't fight women, so I'll kill you first." Even as the opponent closed in, Tam Van Ben remained unhurried. He leisurely adjusted his clothing first. When he easily dodged the punch, Thiat T was furious. You dared use an illusion on me?
Deserve to die.
Mid-attack, he noticed Phi Tuet beside him doing something, and his expression turned confused as he looked over. Phi Tuet, after a flashy display with a pile of gold, waved her arm and the spirit-infused coins shot forth at speed, piercing straight into Thiat T. He hastily raised his iron-steel arms to shield himself, but the barrage of coins set his body smoking. His clothes were torn to shreds as if he'd taken a bomb blast. Unable to bear it any longer, Thiat T collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. Foan Van broke into a sweat and exclaimed in amazement. What kind of ability is that? So strong. Lam Yuyan Thursday murmured to herself. Coins? Flying coins? Why does this feel so familiar? Tam Van Bin adopted an arrogant pose. Master, long time no see. Phi Tuet added. Indeed, long time no see. Meeting and immediately resorting to killing like this really kills the mood. Oh, so there's an elder sister here too? Why is she trailing after the master? Shouldn't she be stabbing him straight in the heart with the Fuang Gam sword? Lam Yuyan Thursday suddenly blurted. Senior brother, little junior sister, but immediately after, she clutched her head and screamed in pain. No, who are you people? My head feels like it's going to explode. Foan Van squinted and thought, they know each other. Is Tabak really their master? What organization do they belong to? How complicated are their relations? Min Kot Am Quan hazily guessed. That man seems to be the master's disciple. The bird person nodded in agreement. Yes, I've seen it. He actually called our current master Su Tun. Tabaka's face darkened, cold glints flashing in his eyes. Tam Van Bin, tell me, was it you who plotted to kill me in the previous life? And was that to Hao Kiet acting on your orders? Unfilial wretch, I raised you for 867 years. Tam Van Bin, brimming with confidence in his superior strength, sneered loudly. Master, what's the point of asking so much? Or shall we just draw blades? Phi Tuet immediately followed, her gaze icy. Elder sister, I advise you to stand with us, or I'll deal with you. After she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened to their limits, her pupils dilating in shock. Lam Yuyan Thursday unexpectedly stepped forward, spreading her arms to shield Tabak. Phi Tuet was stunned. She dares to stand in front of Su Tun? She growled. Lam Yuyan Thursday, do you know the monstrous crimes the one you protect has committed? Despite her tension, Yuyan Thursday showed no wavering. She replied decisively, crimes? From where I stand, you are the ones who caused the crimes. She glared back, her face aflame with determination. Exactly. Though our time is short, I know too and I fully trust him. The same words apply. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first. Phi Tuet showed no mercy and flung her arm, sending the gold coins hurtling, shouting, You're courting death. Lam Yuyan Thursday, still not fully recovered in memory or strength, stood with eyes shut and chin raised, bracing for the pain to come. In that hair-trigger instant, Foan Van risked herself, weapon in hand, leaping in front of her. Foan Van launched a continuous series of counterstrikes to redirect all the gold coins toward Phi Tuet. Done. She struck a boastful pose and called out loudly, I like gossip and I like fighting. How could I miss this? Beauty over there, what deep grudge do you hold? Isn't he your master? Phi Tuet lowered her head, her eyes darkening to mask her anger. She raised a hand, the gold coins hovering around her fingertips, and snorted coldly. Want to pry into my private affairs? Then go ask the underworld. With that, she launched a continuous volley of gold coins. They flew like razor blades cutting through the air, but Foan Van remained unflinching, calmly using her wooden staff to deflect each coin. This staff is a treasure, she thought to herself. But looking back, the staff was smoking and had developed a few small cracks. She startled. Could it be about to give out? On the other side, Tabak quietly watched Thiat T, his eyes full of calculation as he prepared a plan. After a moment of thought, he raised the Van Han Fien and called out, Thiat T, get into my mirror. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible force pulled Thiat T's spirit from his body and drew it into the mirror. Immediately after, he appeared beside Min Kot Am Kwan and the bird person. The two were startled. Thiet T, confused, asked, "Is this the Van Han Fiend?" From outside, Tabak called, "Become my servant and I will grant you an immortal body." Min Kot Am Kwan rubbed his chin and chuckled. "Ho ho ho! Another comrade in arms." The bird person crossed his arms in annoyance. "Yeah, rather another mouth to fight for food." Thiet T looked at the two beside him and wondered, "Am I resurrected? Are these two my teammates?" After a few seconds of thought, he clenched his fist and beamed. "A servant is a servant. So long as I'm alive, the future holds chances to grow." The three within the Van Han Fiend chatted animatedly. Watching them, Tabak recalled his past life when he only punished and monitored, causing betrayals. "This life I'll both grant favors and wield authority. That's proper leadership," he vowed inwardly, then said sternly, "You may be my servants, but you are also my companions. In future battles I'll reward by merit. Those capable will get more, and I will not let you be shortchanged." Hearing this, Min Kot Am Kwan and the bird person hurriedly saluted in unison. All three replied together, "As you command." The bird person shot up, launching feathered attacks, and crowed proudly, "Woman, just hide obediently behind your master." "Heh. Foan Van," deflecting the gold coins, snapped angrily, "Shut up! Do you think I need someone to protect me?" Min Kot Am Kwan roared fiercely and swung his massive club straight at the enemy. When he closed in, he without hesitation brought the club down with terrifying force, enough to crush a large boulder. But the girl reacted like lightning. She leapt into the air and rolled gracefully to dodge, then deftly flung out her legs and hands to land safely with confidence. No wonder our Tu-Ma sect master, the Van Han Fiend, was summoned for use. Very well. Then today I'll personally destroy the spirits inside the Van Han Fiend first. She bowed her head, gathered chi into her hands, and golden bolts of electricity flashed, radiating overwhelming pressure. Smiling smugly, she asked, "Master, do you still remember this move?" After a moment of charging, she fired a beam of electricity into the sky and laughed. "Hee hee, coin!" A giant gold coin materialized from the void. "Lack Bao," said as she guided the coin downward at terrifying speed to crush everything below. Crushed by the giant coin, Min Kot Am Kwan grimaced and roared in pain as he struggled to brace himself. Ugh! How can a single coin weigh more than Mount Tai? On the other side, Thiet T charged at Tam Van Bin with burning fury. "Villain, you were the one who cast the illusion on me, weren't you? Take this punch." But before he could get close, Tam Van Bin lifted his head. His eyes were hollow, lacking pupils, and he stared straight at Thiet T. With that look, Thiet T's body suddenly halted, stiff as if sealed. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground in utter confusion. "What's happening? Why won't my body obey me?" Tam Van Bin sneered coldly. "Master, have you declined so much that you let this trash lead the way?" Thiet T gritted his teeth and forced himself up, trembling all over. "Who are you calling trash?" He drew a long sword from the void and raised it, inspecting it with a cold gaze. "Master, you are best with the sword. I learned my swordsmanship from you, so why not have a duel with me?" Having finished speaking, he swung his sword forcefully. An illusory blade laced with thunder shot out like a lightning bolt, tearing up the surrounding earth and rock. Lam Yuyan Thursday was astonished, a bead of sweat on her brow. She hadn't expected a simple sword move to conceal such terrible power. Tabak summoned his sword, raised it before him, and calmly explained, "That move is called Kim Van. The blade is driven by spiritual energy. Wherever it goes it destroys like a storm. People call it the strongest sword." He swung his sword, the blade drawing a perfect arc in the air, and to block such a strike one must use the sword wall. Instantly, countless blades materialized from the void, interweaving to form a solid blossom. "I call it the most unbreakable wall." At that moment, the Kim Van slammed into the sword wall, colliding violently and producing an explosion of white dust. The force was so immense that Lam Yuyan Thursday had to raise her hand to shield herself. "The strongest sword and the sturdiest wall," she said in alarm. "But master, Your realm is still a bit below his. No sooner had she spoken than her head felt as if pierced by thousands of needles. A searing pain. Heavens! What mess of memories is this? It feels like it's going to blow. Tam Van Bin laughed loudly, his eyes shining with excitement. Seems sister is about to recover her memories? Eh? Heh. He immediately cast a summoning skill, surrounding himself with countless illusory blades. Master! Look how much I've improved. But the sword surged like a tsunami, creating another blast as white dust enveloped the entire scene. Taking advantage of the moment, the corner of his mouth curled. He thrust his sword forward and rushed at top speed. But as he neared the wall, the sword wall stood firm and unmoved, as if it had never been struck. The formation was so solid that after repeated impacts Tam Van Bin's blade began to crack. Tabaka's gaze went cold as ice as he stared at his former disciple. Your blade is sharp, but not hard enough.
Thẩm Vân Bin's eyes widen. Pupin constricting. Ang o minute premonition.
Sure enough, in an instant his sword shattered into fragments and was flung away by the recoil. Lam Yuyan Thursday rushed forward, exclaiming excitedly, no wonder it's Tabak. Though it's the strongest sword, it can also defend.
For ánh vâng my weak certificate, Mr. To Julius and Unfathom Dep.
In Kai Fai Tuet's mind rose the imposing image of Tabak. In his past life, Master was indeed Master, always full of surprises. But then she chided herself. Kai Fai Tuet, what nonsense are you thinking? Sweat streamed down her face as she murmured, Master, he commits every atrocity. However powerful, he deserves to be killed. Min Kad M. Kwan didn't bother resisting, lying beneath the giant coin with a careless face poking out. So what if you suppress me? Your master is still your master in the end. Heh. Tam Van Bin braced himself with hands and feet, his face showing no fear. Rather he laughed loudly. Ha ha! But master, don't forget you once taught me, he shouted, and the floating shards of swords suspended in midair suddenly froze before hurtling toward Tabak. Tabak sensed the danger and glanced to see the flying fragments approaching. He dodged, but the distance was too close. Several blades slashed his face, leaving bleeding wounds. You insolent brat! A proper disciple and you learn such despicable moves? Unable to let it continue, he immediately used the long silk strips on the Van Han fiend to whip away the fragments.
Thẩm Vân Bin swags lao reform.
He bent over and laughed uproariously. Ha! Achieving the goal is what matters. Who cares about the process? When his weapon was restored, he pointed the sword at the enemy and charged with blazing momentum. How will you dodge this strike? Lam Yuyan Thursday raised her hands in panic and screamed in terror. Min Kot Am Kwan's heart tangled like spun silk, wondering, how could the master possibly dodge such a deadly close-range sword? The bird person flapped his wings, voice trembling with horror. We're done for. We're going to die with our master. Phi Tuet, witnessing Tam's senior brother's despicable action, couldn't hide her shock. How could he act so lowly? She quickly dismissed it and muttered, whatever, as long as the master is killed. Phi Tuet thought Tabak would bleed under the blade, but unexpectedly a pair of strong hands appeared and blocked the attack. Foan Van exclaimed in astonishment. It's Thiet T, he can stand up? Phi Tuet was also stunned that he had broken free of Tam's senior brother's suppression. She snapped awake, eyes wide, and shouted, get out! Although Thiet T held off the blow, his body trembled in waves, his face darkening from exhaustion. But even that was enough to make Tam Van Bin break out in a cold sweat. Could an ordinary psychic in this world resist my suppressive attack after breaking through the Foundation establishment realm? He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Though I resent being a servant, facing an enemy who wants to kill me and with my master counting on me, I must give everything. Having spoken, Thiet T swung his arm hard and flung Tam Van Bin far away. He clenched his fist, drew it back to gather power. I won't let a single word of yours control me. As he spoke, he delivered a powerful punch into his opponent. Tam Van Bin was struck and crashed to the ground amid choking dust and shattering rock. Min Kot Am Kwan realized he could no longer lie still and told himself he had to rise. He sprang up, planted his feet, and braced his strong hands against the giant gold coin. Straining, he pushed hard.
Khmer Isme. Minh Quân.
He stared wide-eyed and roared, determined to break free from the restraint. With an earth-shaking shove, he sent the coin flying straight up to the cavern ceiling. Phi Tuet was stunned. She hadn't expected a spirit to undo her lac bao coin. The bird person flew over and cried, "Old Min, I'm coming to help. Deal with that pretty witch. Watch me." The bird opened its beak and let out a deafening screech to weaken the opponent, while the old spirit raised his club with overwhelming momentum. Phi Tuet's eyes darkened, angered by the spirit's words. She conjured another giant gold coin, both cute and infuriating. Just as Min caught Am Kwan's club descended, she nimbly used the coin to block the attack. Tam Van Bin brushed the rubble off himself and looked at Thiet T in surprise. "You have some skill," he gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fury. "But next, I'll make you wish you were dead." From his sword erupted 48 sword illusions, each blade half illusory, half real, lunging straight at the enemy. Though Thiet T used his hands and feet to block, the shockwave from the blades still hurled him into a stone wall, the impact roaring along with his pained groans. Suddenly a rope shot in from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Tam Van Bin's body. He opened his eyes in alarm and recognized the Thung Ko Tien, the same rope used to restrain the Thong Thien Man Gu. Master even brought this item? Without giving him time to recover, Tabak yanked the rope hard, tightening it around his opponent's body. Seeing Tam Van Bin restrained, Thiet T clasped his hands toward Tabak in thanks. "Many thanks, Master, for your help." Then he immediately kindled his fighting spirit, eyes coldly fixed on the enemy, lowering his center of gravity and clenching his fists. Prepared, he launched a powerful punch at Tam Van Bin's chin. Not stopping there, Thiet T followed with a rapid series of continuous punches into his opponent.
Lâm Nguyễn Thu dùng pet up. Chering accidentally.
"Yeah, we won." Phoan Van was also overjoyed, believing Thiet T's fists were enough to take him down. But after the barrage, Tam Van Bin's body suddenly looked aged, his eyes empty as if soulless. The wounds from the punches were clearly etched and did not heal, a gruesome sight. Phoan Van panicked. "Mr. Tabak, something about this isn't right." Thiet T also noticed his body resembled a crumbling clay statue. Tabak explained seriously, "It's the power of the Nguyen Then Kai. The original spirit manifests, using the Foundation Establishment realm to deploy the Nguyen Then Kai's ability. His energy expenditure must be considerable." The body just struck shattered into a sloppy heap of mud. Not far away, the pile of mud began to crawl upward, gradually coalescing into human form. Tam Van Bin laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Master. You don't dare fight me openly, do you?" The misshapen body of mud slowly returned to normal. Besides the spirit, he was also using a magical treasure. He pointed his sword forward, voice full of challenge. "You are my master after all." Lam Yuyan Thursday raised her hand, urgently warning, "Brother Tabak, don't pay attention to his taunts." Tam Van Bin was interrupted, frowning with eyes flashing fire as he yelled, "Little junior sister, you're too meddlesome. Shut your mouth." No sooner had he finished than the cold blade slashed up, aiming straight at her. Panicked, Lam Yuyan Thursday could only step back one pace, close her eyes, and scream in terror. Phoan Van stood nearby, a chill running through her at the overwhelming murderous intent. Min Kad Am Kwan and the bird person were also stunned, thinking no one could withstand that blow. They almost foresaw the tragic fate of the girl under their master's command. At that moment, Tabak, eyes icy, hurled the sword in his hand straight toward the tip of Tam Van Bin's blade. He, wearing an arrogant smile, was confident this strike could not be stopped. But at the hair-raising instant, a golden coin flashed and flew over PR. Operly intercepted the fatal strike, saving Lam Yuyan Thursday from the Reaper's blade. Tam Van Bin stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Phi Tuet, who had just acted, fixed a sharp gaze on senior brother. He was so furious the veins in his neck stood out as he roared, "Junior sister is protecting master. What use is she then?" Phi Tuet, scolded, was briefly bewildered and muttered inwardly, "Did senior brother really act against junior sister? Why do I feel he seems so unfamiliar?" Noticing her doubtful look, Tam Van Bin froze and hurriedly changed his tone, pretending to clutch his head in pain. Ah, I was just dizzy from chi and blood. He continued the performance in a gentler voice. Tu Tuet, luckily you blocked the sword. If you had truly been hurt, my apologies wouldn't be enough. Phi Tuet seemed convinced, smiling with relief, thinking this was still the great senior brother she respected. But because of this, no one noticed that Tabaka's sword had plunged straight into the spirit spring, stabbing into the water with a loud noise that drew every gaze to that spot. Foan Van was stunned to realize Tabak hadn't thrown the sword to save Lam Yun Thursday but had deliberately hurled it into the spirit spring. His followers wondered, Master threw the sword into the spirit spring. What good does that do? Never heard of it. Tam Van Bin curled his lip in mockery, pointing at Tabak. Ha ha, Master, are you stupid? But as soon as the words left his mouth, the surface of the spirit spring began to ripple, little streaks of golden electricity flashing. He glanced over, curiosity flickering, then startled as popping sounds rang out like something scalding boiling at the bottom. Within seconds, a surge of power burst straight into the air, water spraying everywhere, forcing the two siblings to raise their hands to shield themselves. From the water emerged a gigantic flaming phoenix, its body blazing red and radiating a dazzling light like a miniature sun. The bird person and Min Kot Am Kwan gaped and exclaimed in unison, A phoenix! It's a real phoenix. Its aura is terrifying, no longer an illusion. This is a true phoenix. Its aura reaches back to the ancient times. Foan Van, amazed by the legendary creature, muttered, How did this phoenix fly out from the sword? I was even going to absorb that blade before. He shook his head, still incredulous. The great phoenix manifesting. How is this possible? Tabak, utterly calm, slowly explained. The spirit spring shouldn't exist in a world this spiritually barren. If it does exist, it means someone guided it. He stepped forward a few paces, voice steady. Guiding objects come in two kinds. One is the no-ti tin, the other is a spirit-conducting medium. The spirit-conducting medium is a fog condensed from spiritual energy and shouldn't be able to exist here. So the only answer is no-ti tin. No-ti tin is useless to ordinary people but is one of the top 3 materials for nurturing divine armaments. Phi Tuet listened intently, eyes shining with admiration. Though her master had a reputation as a villain, his vision and judgment still captivated her. From the phoenix's body, brilliant sparks shot out, racing straight at the enemy, forcing Tam Van Bin to dodge. It didn't stop, continuing to unleash fierce bursts of flame that the two siblings strained to withstand. Tam Van Bin realized it was the radiant phoenix sacred flame, something that melts on contact, and shouted urgently, Tu Tuet, let's retreat quickly. We can't fight this. But from afar Tabak had already thrown the suffering restraining rope, which bound him tightly.
Thẩm Vân Bin's Phay Đa Ken
Turned into a sloppy heap of mud in an instant, then shot away as if flying, not forgetting to look back and roar, Humph, Master! I've let you live another day. Foan Van hurried over and urgently asked Tabak, Why not pursue them? Lam Yun Thursday nodded in agreement. Yes, if we miss this chance it'll be much harder later. Tabak looked down at the sword in his hand, voice low. Nurturing a divine aura doesn't mean it's fully restored. He explained bluntly, Don't let anyone misunderstand. It's just for show. After a while, the phoenix crawled back into the sword. Am Kwan looked at the bird behind him and marveled. Master, your ability to judge people's natures is truly excellent. The bird person added in admiration. A scheme to fortify an empty stronghold, brilliant. A master like you is really formidable. Tabak patted Thiet T, his newly accepted servant, and smiled. Thiet T, you've worked hard. Thiet T was stunned that a lowly servant like him received thanks from his master. Stammering, Ah, Master actually thanked me? Tabak stripped off his clothes and slowly stepped into the spirit spring, soaking as he spoke. Come on, everyone, get into the spirit spring. 1 hour equals 3 months of cultivation. Foan Van's eyes lit up like stars as she blurted, Really? She was originally a Chi King but had only served as a protected fighter in battle. She kicked off her shoes and hurled them aside, shouting, Breakthrough! I want a breakthrough! Then she plunged straight into the water, crying out excitedly, "I'm coming!" But as her figure skimmed the surface, Tabak coldly warned, "The spirit spring is a phi-Newton fluid. Gentle contact is soft, but forceful action becomes solid." Lam Yuyan Thursday stepped into the water gently, while Foan Van slammed herself down and hit it like an iron wall, yelping in pain. "Ouch!" Foan Van's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and petulance as she snapped, "You're so annoying. Why didn't you tell me that important detail sooner?" Huh. Her hand struck the lake's surface hard, sending splashes of water flying. She slowly pushed herself up to sit, thinking to herself, "Stubborn me has always liked being hard, never soft." Opposite them, the two old recluses leisurely soaked in the pure spirit spring, their expressions clear on their gaunt faces, showing utter, ecstatic satisfaction. Min Kot M. Kwan moaned in bliss, speaking in a warped tone. "This feels amazing, everyone." The sensation was like 100 million tiny ants crawling over his body. Then the bird person fluttered his tattered wings and sighed. "So comfortable. It feels like each bone and every nerve cell is slowly regenerating." Caw-caw. Meanwhile, Thiat T maintained a contemplative expression, his eyes suddenly flashing with strange light. He imagined a life he never expected, trailing after others and accepting being a lowly slave. Still, he chuckled softly, mocking himself. That feeling of servitude brought him not a trace of resentment but a strange exhilaration. Back to Foan Van. As her whole body immersed in the mystical water, she was enchanted. She secretly sighed with relief. Years of pain vanished instantly. Her entire body tingled with bliss, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Standing on the rock, Lam Yuyan Thursday slightly furrowed her brow, a fierce determination flickering in her eyes. Before dipping her toes into the spirit spring, she told herself she must awaken her true power soon. She could no longer be a burden to Tabak. Without hesitation, the petite girl sank fully into the cold water. Her delicate lashes shut tight as waves of trembling ran through her, bringing boundless pleasure. This feels so good. What on earth is happening to me?" She felt clear changes in her body, and something deep in her head seemed to be reviving. No sooner had she thought this than a flood of vague memories burst forth, vividly depicting how she used to sit quietly as Tabak kindly guided her bit by bit. But that peaceful, happy scene was abruptly replaced by a horrific, cataclysmic battle, slaying demons and exorcising evils, shaking the heavens and earth. The sky shattered into fragments. Mountains and rivers were overturned. Corpses piled into towering peaks. Blood flowed in dreadfully crimson rivers. Countless beings were drowning in oceans of flaming, vengeful suffering reaching to the heavens. The horrific memories erupted, causing Lam Yuyan Thursday's eyes to suddenly widen in terror. "Tabak, it can't be like that. Surely Master was the righteous one, right?" she murmured. At that moment, the innocence that had long lingered in her eyes vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp gaze full of deep hatred, as if she wanted to swallow the young man standing before her whole. The one who caused so much turmoil, sowing disaster and calamity everywhere, forcing countless people to endure endless suffering. Murderous intent surged. She ground her teeth and spat each word. "Clearly you are a damned demon." At the same time, the system interface appeared before Tabak, flashing brightly and announcing an important notification. His current realm had officially reached the early Foundation establishment stage. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint, satisfied smile. It seemed he had finally succeeded in breaking through. He drew a deep breath to fully savor the long-awaited achievement. Closing his eyes to calm himself completely, he carefully felt each fluctuating aura around him. Since stepping into the Foundation establishment realm, all of Tabaka's senses seemed reborn. Everything around him became distinct and sharp down to the smallest breath. Scanning the followers submerged in the water, he could even read deep into the hearts of those monsters. A profound satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He judged inwardly. They think being enslaved under me isn't so bad. Indeed it is so. The clever mix of reward and timely punishment is the truest principle of managing people. Before that smug smile could fully fade, Tabaka's expression froze. His pupils contracted violently as if struck by a terrifying event. He swept a cold gaze at Lam Yuyan Thursday, swallowed dryly, then muttered to himself in a small voice, "Well, my life is done for." On the opposite side of the battlefield, the young woman who had just risen from the cool spirit spring, her jade-like arm rose decisively, a clear, ringing sound tearing through the surrounding silence. "Fuang Gam, where are you? Come out for me now." With that, the famed vermilion chanting sword, which Tabak had once discarded to the lake bottom, sliced through the water and obediently settled into the hand of its true master. The sword's tip, as cold as ice, pointed straight at the center of Tabaka's brows. Yuyan Thursday's voice was ice-cold, like millennia of frozen bone gathering. "Master, no. You are the damn witch. You should have died long ago. So hand over your old life to me this instant." A torrent of spiritual force suddenly erupted. The image of a blazing phoenix was born from within the razor blade. It screamed in terror and shot straight toward Tabak. Seeing the terrifying abnormality, Fo on Van's face went pale with extreme fear. What the hell is actually happening? Why did Miss Lam suddenly launch such a fierce attack on Tabak? At that moment Thiat T had just steadied his massive body. His inner self churned with waves of bewildering shock. How could a frail human like her suddenly unleash such a horrifying surge of power? The two recluses standing nearby began trembling with fear. Their dry teeth chattered at the force of that deadly stroke. Even if our master were the greatest and wisest, he would still lack the strength to stop it. We're doomed, truly doomed. Facing the scythe of death at his throat, Tabaka's mind fought to remain coldly calm. He quickly mapped out the situation. Lam Yuyan Thursday had clearly recovered her old memories. Her strength now was at most at the Foundation Establishment early level. But the vermilion chanting sword is inherently her own blade, and it had just absorbed the power of the Noti Tin earlier, so this lethal strike could not be stopped right now. The man's brows knitted. A mad light flashed in his eyes. Oh well, this ruined fish in a torn net scenario must just be accepted. Now I'll just force the Foundation Establishment realm on myself. Then I'll break through the Foundation Establishment again. He decisively severed all lingering hesitation. Tabak frantically activated the miraculous formula, directly executing the self-forcing process of the Foundation Establishment he had long cultivated. An extremely powerful burst of spiritual force, like a power that moves mountains and fills seas, erupted violently. It formed a terrifying shockwave that crushed everything in its path. Standing before that sky-filling pressure, Yuyan Thursday seemed petrified. Her pupils shrank to the limit. Her lips trembled and parted in utter astonishment, as if witnessing the world's final curtain. In the next instant, her frail body completely lost momentum and collapsed, toppling toward the young man, plunging straight into the deep spirit spring. Bubbles whitewashed the air. Her body floated on the water, sinking once more into unconsciousness. Witnessing the dreadful scene, Thiat Tia's expression became utterly dazed and stupefied, tinged with regret. How bizarre. Hey, why did she suddenly faint like that? I was perfectly ready to sacrifice this strong body to block that sword for our master. Paying no heed to the new subordinate's useless babble and wary of another sudden strike, Tabak jerked his chin sharply, eyes like razors, and ordered, "Min Quan, go check what trick she's up to now." Receiving the order, the dry revenant obediently responded and swiftly glided to her side. Min Kadam Quan extended his white, bony fingers and lightly touched the poor girl's body, carefully transmitting a small thread of energy to probe her meridians. After a moment, he respectfully lifted his head to report, "Yes, master. It seems a deep nerve in her body has been completely blocked by someone, which is why she's fallen into this deep coma. It must be that someone cast an extremely vicious and vile mind control technique on her." A cold, cutting chill flashed through the depths of Tabaka's eyes. Mind control? If that's true, then I should send my deepest thanks to that damn Tam Vin Bin. The image of the despicable Noi Quan Tu, who had nearly struck with poison, swamped his mind. Indeed, that bastard had refined those neuromanipulation methods of the corrupt cult to an almost purifier level. He took slow steps toward his disciple Fan Track, bending to pick up the vermilion chanting sword. The sharp tip of the sword pointed straight at the girl's throat. A cold, Ruthless thought flashed through his mind. Now, keeping her by his side would be pointless. Seeing the blade about to draw blood, the people around panicked and hissed, trying to stop him. Wait. Hey, what are you thinking? How did it come to this? Min Kadam Kwan slammed his bony knees onto the hard stone, clasped his gaunt hands together, and pleaded earnestly, "Great Master, please reconsider." From across, Foan Van rushed over, spreading her small arms to shield Lam. Her tone was resolute. "If you truly intend to kill poor Lam, then kill me first." At this point, she fully trusted Yuan Thursday's character. She would never intentionally do evil. The fated teacher-disciple bond seemed stirred by those pleas. Tabak struggled to suppress the murderous intent burning within. He waved his hand and sent the sword flying. It lodged deep in the barren cliff. Then he turned and walked away. He cast a cold glance backward, his voice low as he warned them with the authority of a superior. "Wait until I'm completely out of this spirit spring. The day I meet it again will be the day I personally take its life. Remember that." He flipped his hand over. The 10,000 Souls mirror immediately emitted gloomy black chi, bone-chilling cold. He called his trusted subordinates. "Birdman, Thiat Tai, follow closely behind me." No sooner had he finished than the demonic aura from the banner swept the monsters clean into the void. Only 2 lone pink figures remained in the remote cave corner. His steps were steady as he left, but his mind swirled with calculations of gain and loss. Lam Yuan Thursday and Kai Fai Tuet too. Why do they insist I am without heinous crimes? I, a distinguished immortal patriarch, though I haven't saved all beings. He told himself, I have never done evil. In this matter, it's likely mostly Tam Van been framing and slandering me. Diving into the deep water, the cycle of thoughts continued to circle his mind. The sinful disciple Tam Van Bin and the other female disciples want me dead. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. To reverse the situation, the only thing to rely on is absolute power. The spirit spring hides strange flames. Beneath it there must be an entrance to another world, unknown safety, but I reckon it's full of danger and opportunity. As he questioned himself, his pupils suddenly bloomed wide. Before him, a section of partition radiated an eerie light. Spotting the target, Tabak Cautran lunged forward without a half-second's hesitation. He braked at the edge of the spatial rift, probing cautiously and slowly extending his arm through the bone-like veil. The instant his fingertips slipped into the other dimension, gray oppressive chi began to hover. In the blink of an eye, a misty haze engulfed him, prompting a low, wary snort. His cultivator instincts told Tabak the spiritual energy density here was intense, comparable to the old celestial realms. Yet, before he could fully relish it on the first breath, his complexion shifted violently and he covered his nose and mouth. This spiritual energy was poisonous, not absorbable directly, and with his toxin resistance he could only withstand it for a moment. He muttered, rubbed his nose, and a sudden anomaly struck. From the murk surged a swarm of mutated mosquitoes like locusts. The constant buzzing ripped at the eardrums as they swarmed him from every side. Sensing hostile chi behind him, the man pivoted, flicked his wrist, and the 10,000 Souls mirror coldly ordered, Lao Min, destroy them. Min Kadam Kwan materialized from black smoke and without hesitation smashed the riotous insects with his 1,000-pound pointer, rasping, "Leave it to me." The system interface popped up a stream of notifications. Eliminated progressive stage monster +1. 10,000 Souls mirror experience +1. The numbers made Tabaka's eyes tremble. By heaven, earlier when slaughtering zombies and ordinary beasts the mirror stopped gaining experience. Yet these mosquitoes are progressive stage. Though the mutated swarm thickened like a black cloud devouring space, the corner of his mouth still lifted in a proud, radiant smile. Delicious. In a flash, the 10,000 Souls mirror shot into the sky, becoming a deep indigo black hole that devoured the writhing corpses. Not missing the golden opportunity, his minions hurriedly swept the feast clean within the skull space. Excitement surged in their veins. Tasty. The feeling of power increased again. As the banquet ended, the birdman peered out of the eye socket and let out a shrill laugh. Ahem. A big pile still lies ahead. Without hesitation, the monsters broke the battlefield cage and furiously charged into the encirclement. The mutated insects roared and wiped them all out.
Ah, magnificent.
The slaughter proceeded at breakneck speed, and the 10,000 souls mirror, majestic and breaking the stagnation, leapt up to level 6. At the same time, the system announced the weapon's ultimate skill activation. It could summon 100 souls at once, throw them into a purgatorial furnace to slaughter each other, and cultivate the strongest grudge-born spirits. The final survivor, after completing the transformation, would occupy a slot in the roster of ordinary lost souls. A strange spark of interest flashed into Baka's eyes. The perverse nature of this new power immediately stirred his instinct to conquer. Without hesitation, he activated the formula at once. A brilliant surge of radiance exploded from the banner like a giant net, covering tens of thousands of corpses and twisted souls. The unlucky mosquitoes were instantly sucked into a sealed, pitch-dark dimension. After only a few stunned breaths, the vicious insects lunged at one another, tearing each other apart and creating a brutal blood arena. At the same time, on the silent bank of the spirit spring, Lam Yuyan Thursday's eyelashes trembled. She made a few sleepy sounds and frowned as her mind cleared the haze of the stupor. The young woman propped herself up and sat. She caught sight of Foan Van still peacefully submerged beneath the lake surface, and a flash of surprise crossed her face. A moment later, spiritual force burst forth. She retracted her sword to lie obediently in her hand, and demanded sharply, "Where is that wretched villain?" Killing intent surged. Yuyan Thursday, consider strategy. This woman is the villain's accomplice. Better to deal with her first. Foan Van, hardened by life and death trials, had already sensed the nascent murderous aura. Her wary gaze swept to Lam Yuyan Thursday. She understood the once gentle girl had grown reckless. A great regret rose within the strong woman. Damn it, I just saved her. If I'd known, I should have let Tabak kill her. Her delicate hand quietly tightened on the wooden staff, veins standing out as if swearing an iron oath. But if the girl dared to strike, she'd break her leg with one hit. But at the very moment the blade rose, poised for the distant execution strike, Foan Van risked herself to block the sword, and the kneeling revenant's plea for mercy flooded back, bewildering Lam Yuyan Thursday's mind. Horror stamped the depths of her eyes as she frantically questioned herself. What's happening?
A vilai s a vilai. Phó Ánh Vân s Phó Ánh Vân.
She sighed and let her eyelids droop, withdrawing the killing spirit and whispering to herself, "How could I kill the innocent?" Putting aside her worries, Yuyan Thursday said nothing. She gathered her belongings and decisively turned to leave. Seeing her silhouette fade, Foan Van sprang up and called out loudly, "Where are you going?" On the other side, Vua Lu approached the cave mouth, waves of sudden breathlessness striking, forcing Lam Yuyan Thursday to brace against the rock to remain standing. She bit her lip bitterly. "Hng, that sword. He intended to kill me." Her delicate face darkened with sorrow. "Senior brother, did you really mean to kill me just because I stood with Master? But Master is different. He spared me." Her drifting emotions were cut off by a blinding radiance striking her pale face. Her eyes couldn't adjust in time and squeezed shut as she raised a hand to shield them. Her vision grew accustomed to the bright scene outside. Gazing fixedly at the jade sky, she muttered as if reciting a charm. "Master is a villain, his crimes unforgivable. If he does not die and chaos follows, I should still trust Senior Brother. I will follow Senior Brother." As the words left her, a mad, demonic laugh suddenly tore through her mind. Her pupils dilated to the limit in utter astonishment. "Isn't that Senior Brother's laugh?" Instantly she clutched her head, teeth grinding. Her beautiful face contorted in unbearable pain. The headache was overwhelming. After a few seconds her tolerance collapsed. Her body slumped onto the cold ground and sank into a deep coma. The impact of the fall startled the flocks of winged beasts nearby, which took off in a panic, crying out with shrill cries. Parallel to the events on the surface, in the deep chasm of the spirit spring, Tabaka's legion of spectral soldiers was frantically slaughtering the mutated swarm with the 10,000 souls mirror's support. The man remained seated with eyes shut, pouring all his focus into running the cultivation technique. After an indeterminate number of watches, the young man's eyelids finally opened and he declared, "All souls absorbed. These mosquitoes no longer grant experience. It's time for them to leave. The words drifted on the breeze as he dusted off his robe and rose to walk. But the moment his toe lifted, a gale of hidden poisonous wind surged from behind. His keen spiritual sense, of course, detected every movement. A pair of membranous wings, 10 times larger than ordinary mutated insects, ripped through the dim bone-like layer, dragging a massive body and a chain of hair-raising sounds behind it. Thus stood a giant tyrant version mosquito arrogantly blocking the path. Its iron-like eyes rolled wildly in panic. It was a command-level fiend. Elsewhere, the indigo flame in Min Kadam Kwan's eye sockets danced violently. His jawbones widened, revealing hunger. The aura was overwhelmingly strong. The giant's dual eyes flared blood-red with bloodlust, locking onto Tabak. Without waiting for his master, Tuet T used his body as a shield, launching himself to intercept. His bare pincers aimed to catch the lethal stab from the cold proboscis. Even with his iron hands impervious to blades and spears, the strike's terrifying force still bit him. His burly frame convulsed in waves of bone-deep pain. HNG my arm. Min Kadam Kwan hastily formed a defensive posture to cover the two, his voice deep and urgent. Master, this place is unsuitable to linger. We should withdraw. Tabak silently agreed to the advice, for the toxin immunity in his body had also run out. Though his covetous gaze was reluctant to leave the spoils, the two sides glowered at each other with thick, oppressive auras. At the moment of weighing gains and losses, the hacking coughs from the subordinates frantically pinching their noses behind him snapped him back to reality. Tabak understood the root cause. His resistance had waned, and they couldn't hold out long either, so they must leave first. Decisively stepping back, he waved the 10,000 souls mirror, sealing his minions deep inside the banner and tidying up the remains. With a composed demeanor, the man stepped back through the spatial rift, kicked through the water to surface with a determined look. This world was still quite dangerous. I must break through further. Before his thoughts could fade, after only a short swim, the strange whirlpool at the bottom of the abyss flared with brilliant light, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds. His spiritual alarm sounded and he turned to look back, inwardly startled. Did that giant mosquito follow? On the next breath, the oversized beast slammed through the barrier of the reincarnation realm, sending countless cracked boulders crashing down into the depths. Yet the moment its flesh crossed into the new world, the ferocious creature froze as if struck by a pressure point. Under the weight of the dimensional spell, that massive form shrank uncontrollably and in an instant became a harmless mosquito. Amused by the sight, Tabaka's lips curved into a savage smile. It's being suppressed by the other world. Aha, if it's already here, then it won't be going anywhere. Clutching the treasure, he swung the banner and shouted, "Enter my domain!" The moment the incantation ended, a black vortex erupted from the banner's tip, calmly sucking the tiny creature into the dark spiral. In an instant, it was imprisoned in a gloomy cell, reunited with the squirming throng of mutated minions waiting for their moment. The presence of the evil bird sent the shrimp and fish scurrying in terror. They flapped chaotically and fled. Unfortunately, the beast showed no mercy. It lunged with claws, slaughtering its kin without remorse, the bloody scene fully before Tabaka's eyes. He pondered and concluded, it seems that Red Mosquito was likely suppressed by its bloodline. Not caring further about the death match with the mosquito, his gaze swept the ruined cliff face. This place must still seal countless mysterious encounters. Fine, rather than compare with other worlds, I'll keep hunting spirit sites to raise my power first. As he let his mind paint future prospects, the distant seen Yuyan Thursday pointed sword of life and death suddenly appeared, snapping him out of self-questioning. Why am I the villain? After settling all consequences in the abyss, he smoothly beat the water and rose to the lake's surface. Why did Tam Van Bin betray me? The question looped into iron truth. To solve the mystery, he still needed to increase his strength. As the clear water lapped at his crown, he sent a whisper into the skull space and asked, Iron Hand, what did you call that command level before? In the dim space, Thiat T respectfully raised an ancient scroll and reported, Master, I have an old map. Please look it over to understand a bit more. The coarse paper unrolled to reveal a map spanning 10,000 miles. His eyes lit up and he silently praised. This is certainly a rare treasure. Every nook of power distribution, traces of dark cultivation, and coordinates of spirit sites were annotated in meticulous detail. Soon after, his footsteps left prints on the shore rock. Seeing her beloved return, Foan Van hurriedly jumped up, pouting with reproach before finally acquiescing. Where did you run off to so long? Tabak cast a cold glance around the quiet area and spoke indifferently. Lam Yuan Thursday left. She's been gone half an hour, she curtly replied. Foan Van turned toward the cave mouth, full of resentment. She just tried to kill me. Once something turns black, it can't go back to pink, you know. Reading her opponent's mind, Tabak didn't bother arguing and slowly climbed fully onto the rock. Van trailed at his heels, nagging. Luckily she didn't act. Otherwise I would have killed her on the spot. Ignoring all complaints, the young man casually draped his cloak back on and strode away. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly adjusted her clothes and ran after him to ask, "Where are we going now?" Only after stepping out of the dark tomb and looking up under the wide blue windy sky did he hesitate and say, "To the next spirit site." At dawn in the Wildwood Mountains, a team of righteous travelers marched robustly, chatting. Heard there's a spirit site ahead. Hope we can find spirit stones to level up a bit. Mid-conversation, the lead man froze, pointing with a trembling finger to a distant rock and shouting, "Look! There's someone lying by the road." It was none other than Lam Yuan Thursday, unconscious again. The monks circled curiously, whispering, "Such a beautiful girl lying in a wild mountain is dangerous. She carries a sword, probably an ability user." In the group, a youth with pink earphones urged, Do, that ability user fainted. Go help her." The snowy-haired maiden who stepped forward was Bak Du the moment her gaze met Yuan Thursday's pale face. Her pupils widened and a furtive tear welled and glimmered. A vague kinship swelled, carrying the faded Thursday Noyet Duyan bond that could not be separated. Du gingerly pressed her soft palm to the other's chest, synchronizing with each thread of pure spiritual energy. After a few breaths, she saw through the root of the ailment and murmured, "She was psychically attacked, nervous system disturbance, but luckily discovered in time." Escaping the dark trance, Lam Yuan Thursday's lashes slowly trembled. As her eyes began to open, the white-haired maiden's figure came into view, and she exclaimed in surprise, Du, junior sister." In response to that embrace was utter bewilderment. Bak Du pointed at her own nose and asked blankly, "Sister, did you call me? How do you know I'm Du?" But that strange reaction didn't surprise Yuan Thursday at all. She silently thought, "It seems junior sister has lost her memory like I have. Oh well, losing memory isn't always a bad thing." Just as she was about to push herself up and leave, her step stalled when Bak Du gently warned, "Sister, you've been psychically attacked. If I hadn't treated you in time, you might have gone insane. Who could be so cruel?" As the warning faded into the wind, Tam Ven Bin's savage laughter tore through her subconscious like a nightmarish racket. Yuan Thursday clutched her head in agony, her face contorted as she exhaled heavy breaths. Ugh, such a headache. Alarmed by the convulsion, Du rushed forward and gripped the woman's icy arm. This was the psychic assault. Who on earth did this? If I hadn't stepped in, this attack might have killed you. A memory of her senior brother returned vividly, letting Yuan Thursday immediately identify the source of the deadly sound. A psychic attack? It was senior brother. Did he really want to kill me? A bitter, hollow smile bloomed on her lips as she slowly looked at her junior sister and whispered unconsciously, "Ha, Du. Senior brother really wanted to kill me."
Annoyé, Du scrunchter face une confusion.
"You still haven't answered me. How do you know my name? Who are you? And who's this senior brother?" Despair crept in and Yuan Thursday asked into the empty space, Du, what should I do now? Should I trust senior brother or the master?" The white-haired girl blinked and, innocent, asked back, "So in your opinion, which of them is good? Which is bad?" A deep well of sorrow gathered in Yuan Thursday's eyes. She softly answered, "I don't know either, so I'm really confused right now." After hearing the jumbled words, Bak Du shook her head slightly. "I don't really understand what you're saying. Then she proudly raised her staff topped with a serpent head and smiled radiantly. But I do know this. As ability users we must slay demons, uphold justice, and save humanity. That is our mission. The words mission struck like a clean current, lighting the cloudy eyes of Yuan Thursday. Resolve replaced fragility. Right, well said. If you can't trust anyone, then at least fulfill your own role. At that moment, a wild bolt of lightning tore the sky and enveloped the swordswoman like an eternal vow carved into her bones. Her eyes blazing, she solemnly declared, Do. From now on I will join you in slaying evil spirits and saving humanity. At the same time, a man reached out and gently placed his hand on her small shoulder with great humility and respect, welcoming her into the Qingyang squad. My name is Vong Tong Jung. Lam Yuan Thursday kept a calm expression and replied in a flat voice, I am Lam Yuan Thursday. Hearing her name, the man immediately applauded excitedly. Excellent, Miss Lam. We will together slay demons and save lives. A faint curve lifted Lam Yuan Thursday's lips. The usually still eyes now showed a glimmer of vitality. Well, all right, after all, we're in the same boat. Seeing her nod, Vong Tong Jung hurried to the point. Miss Lam, we've heard there's a spirit site ahead with spirit stones. Please come with us to harvest them. Ignoring that she herself had just soaked in a spirit spring not long ago, the young woman curtly replied with a cold single word, Fine. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Jungtae City, revealing a wasteland of ruins, thick black smoke, and the choking stench of gunpowder and burning corpses rising to obscure a portion of the sky. Fo-on Van's eyes accidentally landed on a dented roadside sign. Her face went pale and a panic-stricken sound escaped her throat. This way is ahead. Tabak tilted his head slightly and said with a hushed tone. According to the map, the spirit site is just ahead. The girl's confusion deepened. She hesitated to proceed, but ahead lay Jungtae City, a presence belonging to this world. Tai quickly grasped the root of Fo-on Van's extreme fear. Through telepathy, he carefully explained to the entire host of spirit soldiers within the 10,000 Souls mirror. On this continent, Jungtae City was where the anomaly began earliest. Rumor has it the death toll reached millions, and more than 10 squads of ability users sent from across the country to reinforce have already vanished. His facial muscles twitched. A grave aura spread, thickening the suffocating atmosphere. This place was literal hell on earth. Despite his subordinates' warnings, Tabak paid them no mind. His steps were steady as he trod over the ash and strode straight into the den of death without hesitation. Seeing that, Fo-on Van frantically sped after that proud back, calling out, Wait for me! Fear was real, but on reflection the brutal training she'd endured had made her far stronger than before. She told herself that surviving amid a ring of monsters might not be an impossible task. Besides, with a powerful figure like Tabak at her side, every danger seemed diminished. Yet the fledgling hope quickly withered. From dark corners, a stench-filled horde of zombies staggered forth like a tidal wave. Her keen sight let her judge easily. Though these undead lacked high rank, their numbers were enough to fill an entire street. Furrowing her brows, she clicked her tongue tensely. Ugh! We've only just entered the city. At that hair-raising moment, a blue system panel suddenly appeared before Tabaka's eyes with mechanical chimes declaring completion. The ancient king has been spawned. Host, do you accept it? The corner of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. He nodded slightly and answered decisively, Of course. Upon confirmation, the system announced, Recruitment completed. Current common spirit count 1/10. Wasting not another second, Tabak proudly raised the 10,000 Souls mirror toward the horde, his voice icy as bone. Ancient king, that's your task. Crack. A blinding bolt tore the night asunder from the gloomy banner. Hovering in midair now was the demonic giant mosquito. Fresh from the death arena and freed from its sealing chains, it immediately spread its tyrant membrane wings. Its spindly legs bristled with sickle-sharp claws flailing at its sides. It swept like a flesh-grinding machine across the zombies, madly reaping heads one by one. Witnessing the brutal massacre in an instant, the spirits inside the skull space widened their eyes in astonishment. They whispered, Is that the master's new servant? It's too strong. Seems even stronger than us. Thiat's brows knitted deeply. A fighting will ignited in his blazing eyes, as he silently calculated that he needed to devote more effort to cultivation. In no time, the massive undead army was swept clean. After the cleanup, the demonic mosquito proudly banked and returned to report. Beside it, Foan Van rubbed her chest and sighed in relief, her eyes outright praising. Impressive, seems I worried for nothing. Turning his gaze back from the blood-soaked battlefield, Tabak coldly offered a brief commendation. Not bad, recover, and someday I may make you a boss-level servant. With that, he used a spirit technique to shrink the ancient king's giant body. Black Chi surged and dragged the bloodthirsty creature back into the 10,000 Souls mirror, officially inscribing it among the ranks of his minions. The ancient king trembled with excitement and swore loyally, "Master, I will strive even harder." The three former gods standing nearby took in the newcomer's expressions, but merely exchanged meaningful looks and offered no comment. Suddenly, from a pile of ruined debris not far off, a withered, veiny arm slowly reached out, followed by the stooped figure of an old man in tattered paint-stained clothes, leaning on a cane, who crawled painfully out of the wreckage and croaked hoarsely as he held them back. "You two, young man, wait." The successful call made to Bach and Foan Van halt and look back. Seizing the chance, the old man staggered forward, his wrinkled face full of gratitude. "Young man, thank you for saving us, but don't go any further." Not matching his words, a few mud-smeared figures crawled up from gaps beneath the underground shelter to seek refuge. Seeing the terrified looks of the survivors, Foan Van smiled brightly and offered a confident reassurance. "Sir, don't worry. You can see we're ability users, and very strong ones at that." But the old man shook his head wildly, his bony hands gripping his cane as his voice trembled with fear. "You don't understand." His expression darkened. His cloudy eyes cast a grim, chilling look. Jungtae was the earliest city affected after the apocalypse. The outskirts were only ordinary monsters for now, but the deeper you went the deadlier they became. Inside there were beasts taller than buildings. A squad of ability users numbering 30 once entered. Swallowing hard, the old man continued to recount the horror. "They were like you, cutting down the undead like slicing melons. Yet the whole unit was wiped out. I even saw an extraordinary man and woman running hand in hand as if haunted, only to be smashed dead by a monster in one blow, reduced to a pulped heap." Hearing the grisly tale, cold sweat trickled down Foan Van's spine and her earlier arrogance evaporated. She lifted hesitant eyes to the young man beside her and stammered a suggestion. "So, maybe we should retreat." Contrary to the woman's panic, from within the spirit device Thiat respectfully clasped his hands and proposed clearly, "Master, the way ahead is dangerous. We should focus on increasing our strength." At this, the corner of Tabaka's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. He snorted softly, his gaze igniting with an unshakable flame of ambition. How could he retreat before danger? Opportunities have always come that way, both chance and risk. With that, he straightened and stepped forward, leaving the refugees behind. Watching the bold pair's backs disappear into the smoke, the old man could only heave a helpless sigh. Good counsel rarely persuades the damned. Beside him, a filthy child scratched his cheek and innocently asked, "Grandpa, are they going to face that giant monster?" The old man bent down, gently pushed the two children forward, and lifted a harmless, kindly smile. "It's okay, children. Go call everyone out. They've killed the undead. We're free now. We can leave." The announcement was like a miracle. The two children went wild with excitement, throwing their arms up and jumping around while shouting, "Yeah, great. Everyone's saved, we're saved." They immediately turned to rouse those still hiding in the shelter. He said everyone could leave. Come out now. Encouraged, the survivors cautiously poked their heads out to scout. Seeing the square cleared of undead, joy burst across the gaunt faces. They embraced tightly and tears streamed down. Thank heavens, the danger was finally over. The crowd slowly stepped out of the suffocating darkness. The children clung to the old man's robe. "Grandpa, Grandpa, are we really saved?" "Yeah, we're saved." The celebration of life had barely begun when a panicked voice rang from a shattered wall, ripping the atmosphere apart. Little one, my grandfather is still down in the basement. That's not my grandfather. Go back. The warning struck the boy like a bucket of cold water. He froze, spun to glare at the old man with utter horror, and wailed, "Grandpa, Grandpa!" The mask of compassion was torn away. The old man's mouth split back to his ears, revealing a set of gleaming sharp teeth. A grotesque, savage laugh erupted, skin crawling and wet. Hack, hack! In the next instant, the veins on the old man's scara bulged, a web of blood-red threads crisscrossing. More terrifyingly, from the black pit of his mouth countless slimy aberrations slithered and writhed out. A foul, uncanny sound slammed into the refugee's ears. Finally, you all come out.
I'm starving.
The mutation happened in the blink of an eye. The old skull shattered and yielded to huge, writhing tentacles thrusting upward. From a decrepit form, the old man transformed into a tyrannical monster, a hulking body that dwarfed the surrounding skyscrapers. Seeing the horror, the crowd screamed, trampling one another in a desperate flight. Ah! It's a mutated monster. Run! The giant beast planted its forelimbs on ruined roofs and threw back its head with a roar that shook the heavens. Its pupils glowed blood-red, emitting bloodthirsty stares. The already gloomy air thickened with the scent of despair. Though the mortals exhausted themselves fleeing, the tentacle's speed was utterly overwhelming. A wind-tearing sound rang out as a strip of slimy flesh swept across the ground, easily constricting a group of people, then dragged them toward its body, ignoring their screams and wails tearing at the void. The prey obediently slid into the monster's stomach. The creature gaped a bottomless maw lined with jagged, saw-like teeth, like a black cosmic lake swallowing planets. It mercilessly tipped all the captured people into the cavernous mouth and chewed them down hungrily. The next moment, a thick, dark red, foul-smelling liquid was spat out, splattering the space. At the same time, deep inside the inner city, Tabaka's leather boots officially stepped onto the Deathlands. Fo-on Van tilted her head back, eyes wary as she scanned the oddly shaped skyscrapers. Frowning, she analyzed the situation. There was a strong monster aura here, yet none had been encountered on the way. A chill ran down her spine. She quietly suggested, "Tabak, maybe we should take a detour." Tabak remained indifferent to the advice, his steps unwavering. He barked a terse reassurance. Patient, almost there. Though he spoke so, hidden in the shadows of the buildings countless disgusting creatures were slithering. Their eyes hungrily tracked every movement of the two. Objection failed. Fo-on Van could only mutter and berate herself. Along this road I'd need tiger gall and bear bile to dare come to this death trap with you. So absorbed in complaining, she didn't notice the inky black shadows lying silent under the rubble at her feet. The moment her heel crossed the border of death, a clawed arm suddenly shot out and clamped onto Fo-on Van's ankle. Its jagged teeth bared to the full as it let out a signal growl. Hearing the sound, its kin immediately swarmed out from all directions like disturbed hornets. Startled, Fo-on Van went numb and screamed, "Ambush!" As the killing intent descended, Tabak remained unervingly calm. He made a hand seal. The 10,000 souls mirror trembled. The ancient king burst through the void in heroic fashion, responding to the summoning without delay, smashing open its membrane wings, using thunderous speed and razor-like tiny limbs to become a mowing machine that crushed the monster skulls as easily as flipping a hand. The system interface kept flashing numbers. Progressive level monster kills +1, 10,000 souls mirror experience +0.1. Reading the display, Tabaka's brows knit, and a boundless aura radiated from his eyes. Unlike progressive monsters in other realms weak as ants, here the progressive tier rank was at least on par with a small boss. A proud, murderous smile bloomed on the man's face for the first time. If that's the case, then kill them all. The kill order talisman was issued, and the three great commanders, Dunan, Minkot, Am Quan, and Thiat T immediately emerged from the black bone shroud. Wasting no words, they shot forward with eyes ablaze, sweeping everything in their path. Dunan opened his distorted beak wide and unleashed brutal sonic waves that shattered the enemy's eardrums. Struck by the sonic assault, the tormented pack clapped their hands over their ears and writhed, howling non-stop. The spectacular performance pleased Tabak greatly. He praised aloud, "Dunan, seems your sonic power has grown stronger." Tabak scanned the battlefield, nodding in assessment. Min Quan charges recklessly. Dunan attacks the mind. The ancient king appears in fury. Thiat T is solid on both offense and defense. This coordination isn't bad. In another corner, Foan Van's wooden staff swung furiously, striking a monster's skull and drawing a pitiful shriek. She grimaced and asked, "What good is killing these low-level monsters?" Tabak casually raised the 10,000 souls mirror overhead, purple lightning flashing along the artifact's body, and replied coldly, "It's no use just clearing the way." With that, the mystic art activated, and the souls of the heaps of corpses strewn at their feet were immediately forced to separate from their flesh and become brilliant blue streams of light that surged into the mirror's portal. The slaughter continued, and in the blink of an eye it was already the next dawn. The green notification frame displayed again. The 10,000 souls mirror had leveled up, current level 7. Tabaka's face relaxed, unable to hide his delight. So fast and already cleared out, he smiled inwardly. But it didn't stop there. The system delivered more good news. The mirror's refinement ability had been unlocked. This power can convert absorbed souls into energy for servants to receive, and grant both the caster and the receiving servants a portion of the refined one's strength. Shaken by this overpowered function, Tabak calculated silently. That would make boosting subordinates even easier. With his plan decided, he brandished his flag and cast a spell. A thick mist shaped like a refining furnace rose from the void, wavering as it enveloped the retinue. Min Kot and Am Quan were the first to receive the benediction. Their eye sockets flared with fire, voices hoarse with surprise as they felt strength rapidly restoring. Thiat T clenched both fists and roared with exhilaration. "Not only restoring, I feel it's increasing too." Joining in, Dunan flapped his wings and cried out boisterously, "Caw caw!" So pumped. On the other side of the battlefield, the ancient king relentlessly wielded every weapon on its body, slaughtering the undead without pause. The bloodthirsty creature proudly affirmed its worth. Indeed, its master had a way to help it level up. "As long as I kill more and kill faster, I can become the master's official servant." Not only the spirits, the figure of Foan Van also spun within the dance of death. Her clothes clung to her, soaked with sweat. Overexertion left her muscles aching. The pure energy from the spirit spring, long accumulated, now seized this chance to fully permeate her limbs and core. She looked up at the broad back ahead and suddenly woke inwardly. This was his true intention, wasn't it? His cherry lips curved into a radiant smile. She silently pledged a solemn vow. "The only one who can help me grow is you, Tabak. So for life, Foan Van will go with you." The romantic thought was abruptly cut off by a familiar voice from afar. The refugee old man had somehow followed them here and was frantically waving his bony arm. "Young man!" The two immediately became alert and fixed their gaze toward the source. The old man's hands trembled as he leaned on his bamboo cane, overacting his weary humiliation routine, dragging each heavy step toward them. His chest heaved violently, breaths ragged as if his life force were nearly spent. Moved by his pitiful appearance, Foan Van hurried forward, took his arm, and gently said, "Sir, why are you?" He painted a benevolent, kind smile across his face and cut her off. "I truly cannot be at ease about you." Then he stated plainly, "You are the most powerful Esper I've ever seen. But really, don't go any further." His tone was sincere, yet at the corner of his mouth lurked an utterly wicked, sinister smile that no one noticed. Although he gave no obvious slip, Tabaka's keen instincts sounded an alarm. He narrowed his eyes, gaze growing deep and cautious. Gripping the 10,000 souls mirror tightly, he slammed the staff's butt against the ground, producing a sharp, dry sound. Completely unaware of the danger, Foan Van remained placid and softly advised the old man. "Everyone is already prepared to fight, so don't worry about us." Before she could close her lips, from the shadow behind the old man a slimy tentacle shot up like a serpent flicking a poisonous tongue. Her expression froze, her face paling in terror. Words lodged in her throat. Giving the prey no chance to resist, the tentacle, riding a slicing gust, shot forward and coiled around the young woman's ivory neck. Her desperate scream was strangled. Before the cry finished, the monstrous creature's terrifying strength hoisted her up, dangling her like a marionette with cut strings. All her strength proved powerless under the overwhelming suppression. Every struggle was futile. In an instant, the old man's disguise of compassion peeled away, revealing a tyrannical beast with a gaping, dripping maw. It gleefully manipulated the tentacle to bring Fo-on Van to the very edge of the throat's deathly abyss. Faced with this life-or-death moment, how could Tabak stand idly by? His knees buckled, he drove his force upward into the air. The 10,000 Souls mirror in his hand emitted blinding arcs of lightning. With a flawless move, he reversed the banner. The banner's sharp tip pierced through the tentacle's flesh. The tentacle was severed, lost its hold, and Fo-on Van's body fell freely toward the ground. In the critical moment, Tabak lunged forward, stretching his powerful arm to catch her. He used one foot and a knee on the ground as a brace to absorb impact and ensure her safe landing. Steadying her, Tabak gently helped Fo-on Van to her feet, meeting her eyes full of admiration and shock. The young man tossed his chin, a faint, haughty smile curling his lips, radiating an imposing aura. "Humph. I'm a proper immortal noble. I've just broken through to Foundation establishment. My perception has been greatly strengthened, my whole being filled with a deathly aura. Did you really think you could fool me?"